Chapter 2675. Whether it was the Four Symbols Alliance, the Righteous Alliance, or even the successors of the martial soul lineage, no one knew about the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance's arrival on the Cloud Plane. It was as if no one else on the Cloud Plane knew about his arrival apart from the young Star-Lord. However, nothing was absolute. A child had witnessed everything the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance had done on the Cloud Plane, including his departure from the Cloud Plane. The child was the Heartless Child from the Myriad Bone Guild. The Heartless Child remained in the imperial capital of the Blood Sun Empire the entire time. He sat on the roof of an inn, extremely close to the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance. He's actually taken out his lifebound feather. What is this bird trying to do? Does he want to use the young Star-Lord to kill Jianchen? The Heartless Child looked away from the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance and towards the sky. His eyes were extremely deep, as if they were filled with the reflections of space. Vaguely, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to revolve as the laws of the world wove together. He directly stared into the depths of outer space and locked onto an azure figure that shot off into the distance with terrifying speed. He stopped extremely far away from the Cloud Plane and paid close attention to the Cloud Plane. The Heartless Child could discover the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance easily, but the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance failed to sense the Heartless Child's existence at all. He did not even know that everything he did on the Cloud Plane, including his current situation, was being watched by the Heartless Child the entire time. This bird really is like the rumors. He's extremely vengeful. After learning about Jianchen's identity, and that the Anata Grand Exalt is still alive, he still hasn't given up on killing Jianchen. He wants to use the young Star-Lord to kill Jianchen. It's just that he probably doesn't know about the relationship between Jianchen and the Anata Grand Exalt. Jianchen is the Anata Grand Exalt's fruit of ways. If Jianchen really does die here, this bird really won't be able to live for long. The Heartless Child murmured. His lips curled into a playful smile as he became even more interested. It's just that I still need Jianchen to deal with the crisis of my myriad bones. Jianchen can't die here. However, it seems like the tiny Cloud Plane can still be lively for a while. The Heartless Child was at ease. He stared at the Cloud Plane. He seemed like a spectator who was eagerly watching a fascinating performance that was about to begin. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed since the three peak organizations, the Heav-Shaking Sect, the Taoist Sect of Emergence, and the God's Fallen Clan, were wiped out. During those 3 days, the 5 regions of the Cloud Plane were peaceful. Neither the Righteous Alliance nor the Martial Soul lineage did anything to the Four Symbols Alliance. On the other hand, the Four Symbols Alliance did not seem to have changed at all on the surface. The protective formation was constantly activated, and the formation shone with a hazy light. It possessed startling power, obscuring everything inside. No one could enter or leave. All the experts on the Cloud Plane knew that this was only the calm before the storm. A shocking change that could affect the entire situation on the Cloud Plane, something that could even be recorded in the annals of history, was silently brewing under the peaceful surface. This was because the Martial Soul Mountain in outer space had never left. The illusionary mountain represented the Martial Soul lineage. The Martial Soul Mountain had not left, which meant that the Martial Soul lineage was still on the Cloud Plane. Finally, on the 10th day since the three peak organizations were wiped out, the peace on the Cloud Plane was broken. Many people from the Tong family, the Fire God clan, and the Cosmic Sect all surged out. Under the lead of the Primordial Realm experts, they entered the divine halls that hovered in the sky. Afterwards, the divine halls of various grades and shapes landed in the hands of the Primordial Realm experts. They were taken to the southern region through teleportation formations. The powerful protective formations shone brightly outside the headquarters of the Righteous Alliance in the southern region of the Cloud Plane. The terrifying pulses of energy seemed indestructible. Figures appeared one after another outside the protective formations. all the primordial realm experts of the Tong family, the Fire God clan, and the cosmic sect gathered there at the same time. They ranged from regular infinite primes to grand primes. At that moment, all three organizations had mobilized their elite. Get into formation! Get into formation! Get into formation! At this moment, three shouts rang out from the three great forces at the same time. As the shouts rang out, several divine palaces suddenly appeared. The doors opened and the godhood cultivators of the three great forces surged out like a torrent. As soon as they emerged from the divine halls, they formed various formations. Powerful energy surged, causing the surroundings to shine with dazzling, multicolored light. It was quite dazzling. This time, the total number of humans dispatched by the three top forces was close to 200,000. Each of the three great powers had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. The number of disciples they had was also in the millions, or even far more. However, most of the clansmen remained at the mortal realm, sainthood, and origin realm. Only a very small portion of them could truly reach godhood. As for the primordial realm, they were even rarer. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that the nearly 200,000 cultivators that appeared here at this moment were almost all the elites of these three top forces. This was because even the weakest of them was at godhood. They've finally come. At the same time, the gentle breeze ancestor and the other grand primes hovered in the air within the protective formations of the Four Symbols Alliance. They stared at the outside sternly. Luo Mantion and He Dao happened to be among them. The two of them stared at the three figures standing at the front of the army outside the protective formation. Their expressions were complicated. Young Star-Lord, our protective formations will fall in the end. We have no chance of victory against the combined forces of the martial soul lineage and the righteous alliance. I wonder if the young Star-Lord has managed to contact the Star Brilliance plane. Gong Ji arrived before the young Star-Lord and was extremely stern. If there are no reinforcements, only death awaits us unless we give up on everything on the cloud plane, Wu Lu said as well. He was heavy-hearted. Don't worry. I already have a way to deal with them, the young Star-Lord said confidently. Boom. At this moment, a deafening rumble rang out. The protective formation of the Four Symbols Alliance shone brightly. Ripples appeared on the barrier of light like ripples in water. At this moment, if someone stood in the distance, they would be able to see an extremely magnificent sight. A powerful pillar of energy shot in from outer space. Like a rainbow, it pierced through the surroundings and collided with the protective formations of the Four Symbols Alliance. Moreover, the huge pillar of energy did not disperse with a single strike. Instead, it continued to exist as if endless energy poured into it from outer space, preventing it from dissipating. The people who had taken action were members of the martial soul lineage. Chapter 2676. The martial soul lineage used the power of the mountain soul to make up for the power of the Four Symbols Alliance's formations. The power of the mountain soul came from the true martial soul mountain. The martial soul mountain could be used as a tremendous and almost infinite source of energy, replenishing the mountain soul across vast distances. That way, the 8 successors of the martial soul lineage did not need to exhaust too much of their own power at all to get through the formations of the Four Symbols Alliance. This was because they were attacking the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance. After the Four Symbols Alliance merged with a few peak organizations in the past, they had always worked hard to develop the southern region. They had already made the defenses of the southern region impregnable. This was their final line of defense. Its defenses were extremely astonishing, enough to block the attacks of 3rd Heavenly Layer Grand Primes. Even against 4th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes, they could last for a while. As a result, the martial soul lineage and the righteous alliance would definitely expend quite a lot of energy if they wanted to forcefully get through the formations. Moreover, they would have to go through a bitter battle after getting through the formations. If they spent too much energy on getting through the formations, the Righteous Alliance would definitely suffer extremely heavy casualties in the following battles. As a result, the martial soul lineage would be responsible for getting through the formations. They would preserve the battle prowess of the Righteous Alliance as much as possible and reduce the number of casualties. After all, the Righteous Alliance was no longer the overlord that possessed an absolute advantage over the Four Symbols Alliance after the betrayal of Luo Mantion, He Dao, and Gu Li. As a result, they needed to rely on the martial soul lineage to destroy the Four Symbols Alliance. As the martial soul lineage got through the formations, Tong Wuming, Lian Wuji, and Zhou Zhidao all looked at the huge pillar of energy that shot down from the martial soul mountain. In particular, their faces changed when they sensed the terrifying energy within the pillar of energy. Have you sensed it? The martial soul lineage seems to be using the power of the martial soul mountain when they get through the formations. As a result, such a powerful attack won't exhaust them at all. The martial soul lineage really lives up to their name. Although they don't have any grand primes, they're still more powerful than many peak organizations in the Saints' world. With the martial soul lineage, the Four Symbols Alliance will definitely be destroyed. Their protective formations are powerful, but under the constant attacks of the martial soul lineage, their energy will be severely depleted. Let's see how long they can last. The three patriarchs of the Righteous Alliance transmitted their voices to each other. At the same time, a large army had gathered within the protective formations of the Four Symbols Alliance. All the cultivators, regardless of their strength, stood in formations, ready for battle at any time. However, their morale was clearly low. The formation is depleting its energy too quickly. If this continues, it won't last much longer, the Gentle Breeze ancestor said in a deep voice as he looked outside the formation. Even though their protective formation only rippled slightly from the attacks of the Martial Soul Mountain, the powerful pillars of light from the Martial Soul Mountain continued to rain down. As a result, the formation was constantly under attack, consuming energy at all times. In terms of days, the amount of energy consumed in a single day would be extremely terrifying. Don't worry. Find a way to draw Jianshan down. I have a way to reverse your situation, said the young Star Lord. He looked at the army of the Righteous Alliance that had already gathered outside. He was extremely composed. Even though the Four Symbols Alliance did not possess any advantage in the current situation, there was no fear on the young Star Lord's face at all. He was the son of the Nine Brilliance Star Lord. He was confident that even if the Four Symbols Alliance was destroyed, the Righteous Alliance and the Martial Soul lineage would not dare to touch him. All right. The Gentle Breeze ancestor agreed. He glanced past Wu Lu, Gong Ji, Changfeng Yun, Luo Mantian, and He Dao and said, "This is a battle of life and death. None of us can hold back at all. Everyone, please face the enemy with Old Man." With the Gentle Breeze ancestor's orders, the 6 Grand Primes of the Four Symbols Alliance flew out of the protective formation at the same time. However, their targets were not the 3 experts of the Righteous Alliance. Instead, they charged into outer space, towards the Martial Soul Mountain. Disperse their formation and force out Jianshan, the Gentle Breeze ancestor said telepathically. His principle before was not to provoke Jianshan, but at the same time, he did not want to offend him. However, there was no turning back now. Coupled with the fact that he had been forced by the situation, he was forced to follow the young Star Lord's orders. The 6 Grand Primes of the Four Symbols Alliance moved out together. Immediately, pressure filled the sky as terrifying pulses of energy radiated from them, shaking up space and distorting the stars. With a single step, they directly appeared before the illusionary Martial Soul Mountain. They did not disperse. Instead, the 6 of them gathered together. They all wielded various weapons as tremendous energy poured into the god artifacts like a river, causing them to shine brightly. Crack, crack. Shattering noises kept coming from the space around them. This was the sound of space collapsing. Darkness appeared one after another, and the stars in the sky disappeared. The 6 of them gathered together. Before they had truly struck out, just the pulses of energy from the god artifacts in their hands were devastating. Traceless sky fall. At this moment, a bellow rang out. Luomantion was the first to strike. He wielded a medium-quality god artifact sword and directly used a god artifact battle skill, stabbing it towards the martial soul mountain from afar. As he stabbed out, a huge spatial crack appeared. The strike ripped through space with ease. Terrifying energy and pressure shot towards the martial soul mountain as an inky green sword chi. Heavenly Way lightning. He Dao called out as well. He held a wooden staff that was covered in the marks of time. It was also a medium-quality god artifact. He extended his staff, and a pressure immediately permeated the surroundings. Terrifying pulses of energy and the power of laws rose up, condensing into a bolt of lightning in the end. It shot towards the martial soul mountain with a flash. The laws he comprehended had nothing to do with lightning. Instead, it was the effect of practicing the god-tier battle skill, the voidless lightning. There is life and death in the world. The world bestows you with life, while I bring you death, Gong Ji murmured. A gray aura permeated her old face. At that moment, her entire body radiated with a heavy presence of death. An invisible pulse radiated from her, permeating the martial soul mountain. Wherever the invisible pulse passed by, everything in the world, including the universe, seemed to wither away. This was the laws of death. Chapter 26:77. The 6 grand primes of the 4 Symbols Alliance struck out at the same time. All of them used their full strength. They used various god-tier battle skills and terrifying secret technique. They were so powerful that they could shake up the world. They were extremely terrifying, collapsing space as if it had returned to chaos. Everyone's attacks were concentrated on a single point, so the power did not disperse. It was all directed towards the martial soul mountain. The 6 of them could tell very clearly that the formation used by the 8 successors of the martial soul lineage completely consumed the power of the illusionary martial soul mountain. To the 8 of them, the consumption was almost negligible. As a result, even if they bombarded the protective formations of the 4 Symbols Alliance with such powerful attacks for several days and nights, the martial soul lineage would not suffer too much losses. However, the protective formations of the 4 Symbols Alliance would require an extremely tremendous amount of energy to defend. This was extremely passive to them. As a result, not only did they want to destroy the martial soul lineage's formation and lure Jianshan away according to the young Star Lord's arrangements, but they also wanted to gather their strength and destroy the martial soul mountain unexpectedly. Once the illusionary martial soul mountain collapsed, the martial soul lineage would no longer have an endless supply of energy. Their 4 Symbols Alliance would be able to last a little longer through the protective formation. Tong Wuming, Lian Wuji, and Zhou Zhidao, who had been on high alert at all times, saw what the 6 experts were doing, and their faces sank. Oh no! Stop them! They want to destroy the martial soul mountain. We can't let them succeed. Tong Wuming and the other 2 cried out. With a flash, they appeared in outer space in an instant and attacked with all their strength to stop him. Although they could still get through the formation if the martial soul mountain was destroyed, they would need to expend a lot of energy. However, it was already too late for the 3 of them to stop it. The 6 grand primes of the 4 Symbols Alliance attacked the martial soul mountain completely out of the blue. They completed it in a single instance, so even if the 3 of them wanted to stop 1 or 2 attacks, they would not be able to do so. All they could do was watch as the 6 powerful attacks landed on the illusionary martial soul mountain. Ha 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 ha, the power of the mountain soul can even withstand attacks from 5th heavenly layer grand primes for a while, let alone you. Can the 6 of you reach the level of a 5th heavenly layer grand prime if you work together? Hun Zong laughed aloud on the mountain soul. With his laughter, a screen of light rose up, enveloping the entire mountain soul. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. When the terrifying attacks of the 6 Grand Primes landed on the screen of light, it only caused a faint ripple before returning to normal. This defense is too strong. How is this possible? This isn't even the real Martial Soul Mountain. It's just an illusion created by the Martial Soul lineage when they move about in the legends. Just an illusion is so powerful. The Martial Soul lineage is just too terrifying. The 6 peak experts of the 4 Symbols Alliance were taken aback by this. All of them became dumbfounded as disbelief filled their faces. The heritage of the Martial Soul lineage is actually so terrifying. Tong Wuming, Lian Wuji, and Zhou Zhidao were stunned by this as well. The ancestors of the Cloud Plane did not possess a lot of information about the Martial Soul lineage. Most of them had read about it in books or heard about it from rumors. It was not very detailed, so it was extremely incomplete. As a result, they were all extremely shocked at this moment. Since you've come out of your own accord, let's fight. Hunzong stood up. His presence surged, and he left the Martial Soul Mountain in a single step, charging towards the 6 experts of the 4 Symbols Alliance. 4th junior brother, 5th junior sister, 6th junior brother, 7th junior brother, and 8th junior brother, stay here. I'll go play with them. Chu Jian stood up as well and ended the formation. His presence surged as he walked out while laughing aloud. I can't even be bothered to use the Martial Soul array against them. Since they've come out of their own accord, I'll kill them all here. In the end, Yu Chao left as well. The 3 greatest experts of the Martial Soul lineage had emerged at the same time. Their appearance immediately caused the hearts of the 6 experts of the 4 Symbols Alliance to shiver. They all became extremely stern as they became extremely fearful of the Martial Soul lineage. Kill! The Gentle Breeze ancestor called out. He was fully armed with God artifact armor as he took the initiative to receive Hunzong. Chu Jian faced Luo Mantian, while Yu Chao faced Gong Ji. Tong Wuming, Lian Wuji, and Zhou Zhidao faced Chong Fengyun, He Dao, and Wu Lu. Immediately, deafening booms rang out incessantly in outer space. All sorts of laws intertwined, mixing with violent energy to form waves of destructive power that wreaked havoc in the world, causing even the stars to tremble. The difference in strength between the 3 experts of the Righteous Alliance and Chong Fengyun, He Dao, and Wu Lu was not particularly great. They were basically evenly matched. Even though there was a slight difference in battle prowess, they were unable to determine the victor in a short amount of time. However, Luo Mantian and Gong Ji were not so lucky. Their opponents were Chu Jian and Yu Chao of the Martial Soul lineage. As soon as they clashed, their souls were shaken up by the secret techniques of the Martial Soul lineage, causing them to lose the upper hand. Luo Mantian and Gong Ji were rather pale. They gritted their teeth and endured. Blood oozed from the corner of their mouths. The blood did not come from being injured. Instead, it came from biting the tip of their tongues viciously to wake themselves up from the shock to their souls. In the last battle, when they faced the attacks of the Martial Soul lineage 2 against 1, they could slowly recover with the assistance of others. However, they were fighting alone right now. They could only rely on themselves. Of course, they came up with an idea that was not really an idea when they faced the attacks of Martial Soul Force, which was to immediately retreat and pull away from the Martial Soul lineage as soon as their souls were attacked. They would only need a few seconds to recover. Seniors, let's assist second senior brother in killing Luo Mantian first. Jianshin said sternly on the Martial Soul Mountain. The person he wanted to kill the most on the battlefield was Luo Mantian. Not only was this person the first to launch a sneak attack on the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, but he had also used a dagger imbued with the power of the curses, which brought great danger to the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. As a result, the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak was unable to take part in the battle this time. Instead, he remained on the Heavens Link Peak to suppress the power of the curse. No one objected to Jianshin's request. Very soon, the situation on the Martial Soul Mountain changed. With the 5 of them, they stood in a different formation and locked onto Luomantion. In the next moment, a powerful pillar of light shot out. Luomantion had always been slightly wary of the Martial Soul Mountain. As soon as he sensed the actions of Jianchen and the others and the pillar of light that shot towards him, his face immediately changed. He dared not take it on forcefully, nor did he try to block it. Instead, with a single movement, he directly dove into the spatial crack beside him. Within the spatial crack, the laws were incomplete. The 5 elements were inverted, and various violent streams of energy wreaked havoc. Chaotic streams of time formed vortices that revolved rapidly. It was extremely dangerous. Even primordial realm experts needed to be careful when they set foot in there. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. In the past, when Jianchen was hunted down by the Azure Pring King, he had only been able to rampage about fearlessly because of the Anata Tower. As Luomantion fled into the spatial crack, the pillar of light from the Martial Soul Mountain followed closely behind him. However, as soon as the pillar of energy entered the spatial crack, the terrifying undulations it gave off caused the spatial crack to become unstable. Immediately, the chaotic flow of energy within the spatial crack became extremely violent. Temporal vortices began to move chaotically as well. The pillar of light from the Martial Soul Mountain rapidly weakened and dimmed. In the end, when it collided with a temporal vortex, it seemed to have been weakened by an endless amount of time, causing the pillar of light to disperse. Luomantion had successfully dodged the attack. Chapter 2678. Chu Jian and Luomantion engaged in an intense battle within the spatial crack. As a result, the space within several 100,000 kilometers began to churn as they fought. Powerful and terrifying streams of energy surged about chaotically as the temporal vortexes slowly approached one another. When 2 temporal vortexes collided, they would either collapse together or be devoured by the other temporal vortex, becoming even more powerful. Chu Jian and Luomantion fought as they dodged the temporal vortexes in this strange space. With their cultivations and realms, they were able to ignore the berserk energy turbulence. However, they were extremely afraid of the time vortexes. This was because temporal vortexes contained the laws of time. Different temporal vortexes had different flows of time. Some powerful temporal vortexes could last for 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, or even longer in a single instance. Moreover, the flow of time did not always advance. It could recede as well. If it advanced, they would be able to live as long as the world with their great cultivation. It would be very difficult for the temporal vortexes to cause any substantial harm to them. However, if it retreated for 1,000,000 years, or even 10,000,000 years, it would mean that their cultivation would regress. Martial Soul Lineage, the matter hasn't reached an unsalvageable point. Why must you force us into a corner and try to kill us? Why don't we both take a step back? That way, your grievances with the young Star Lord won't deepen any further. Luomantian's armor shone with dazzling light as surging energy condensed around him. It was almost tangible. He stared at Chu Jian emotionlessly as he spoke sternly. Even though his cultivation completely surpassed Chu Jian's, Luomantion was completely helpless against the martial soul force of the martial soul lineage. Even more terrifyingly, every single strike from the martial soul lineage possessed a sliver of martial soul force to some extent. Even though martial soul force was not as powerful as a single martial soul secret technique, at their level of cultivation, they fought with lightning-like speed. They would have struck out thousands of times in just a few seconds. Even with Luomantian's cultivation as a second heavenly layer Grand Prime, the accumulation of martial soul force from the thousands of attacks was extremely difficult to bear. It drained away the power of his soul severely. Furthermore, he would have to endure a martial spirit secret technique from time to time. The martial soul secret techniques were the truly terrifying aspect of the martial soul lineage. Every single martial soul secret technique could heavily injure opponents of the same level instantly or directly slay them. Although it was very difficult for Luo Mantian's soul to be heavily injured by a martial soul secret technique with the strength of a second heavenly layer Grand Prime soul, it was still enough to stun him temporarily and cause him excruciating pain. Hence, Luo Mantian decided that it was best not to fight if he could. Chu Jian sneered when he heard Luo Mantian's words. He said, "You're called Luo Mantian, right? You sure put it nicely. If it were something else, our martial soul lineage might not have bothered with you. After all, the young Star Lord's foster father, the 9-brilliant Star Lord, holds quite the weight in the Saints' world." Unfortunately, the matter this time threatened 8th Junior's life. If we had come a little later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Who knows how long it has been since our martial soul lineage has had 8 successors. In the end, we almost lost a junior on the cloud plane. This grievance is as deep as the ocean, so even if we have to offend the young Star Lord, our martial soul lineage must kill you. Moreover, we really don't take the young Star Lord seriously. In reality, there's no one on the Star Brilliance plane who can make our martial soul lineage fear us apart from the 9-brilliance Star Lord. Chu Jian's voice rang out. His voice was firm and filled with killing intent, which made Luo Mantian become extremely stern. Isn't Jianshan still alive? Not only is he still alive, but he's also unscathed. Why must you go to this extent? Luo Mantian continued. Chu Jian's battle prowess was just too great, and he had many treasures on him. Moreover, he possessed martial soul force. Luo Mantian knew that if they continued fighting, he would be defeated in the end. This was because the longer the battle with the martial soul lineage dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Luo Mantian, do you really think our martial soul lineage is so easy to offend? A cold smile appeared on Chu Jian's face. He unleashed the soul-breaking martial soul technique, causing Luo Mantian's body to tremble. He let out a muffled groan as intense pain came from his origin soul, causing Luo Mantian to temporarily lose focus. However, Luo Mantian was already experienced in dealing with this. The moment his soul ached, he retreated instinctively, pulling away from Chu Jian. "Do you really think you'll be safe with this?" Chu Jian sneered. He suddenly struck out, and the sword in his hand erupted with sword chi as he swung it towards Luo Mantian's side. A huge temporal vortex wreaked havoc several dozen kilometers to Luo Mantian's side. Originally, the temporal vortex moved in the opposite direction from Luo Mantian, so it was impossible for it to come into contact with Luo Mantian. However, when Chu Jian swung out with his sword, the great power that erupted actually caused the temporal vortex's trajectory to change. It rapidly approached Luo Mantian. If he was conscious, Luo Mantian could easily avoid the huge temporal vortex. However, after being struck by the soul-destroying technique, he lost his senses of the outside world for a short period of time. He was unable to sense the temporal vortex at all. However, that was not all. Seeing how Luo Mantian was about to fall into the temporal vortex, Chu Jian used the martial soul room again. He suddenly pressed his finger against his forehead, and his eyes darkened in a single instance. At the same time, Chu Jian's martial soul force was depleted at an astonishing rate. In just a single instance, more than half of Chu Jian's 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime's martial soul force had been depleted. Even with Chu Jian's current level of cultivation, he found it rather difficult to endure losing half of his martial soul force in a single instance. A sliver of exhaustion appeared on his face. However, with the appearance of exhaustion, a terrifying sense of danger that could make even 9th heavenly layer chaotic primes despair and 1st heavenly layer grand primes pale in fright suddenly appeared. Heaven's severing technique. Chu Jian's finger on his forehead suddenly pointed towards Luo Mantian. With that, half of Chu Jian's martial soul force immediately surged out, condensing into a dazzling light that only members of the martial soul lineage could sense. It turned into an invisible blade that no one apart from the martial soul lineage could sense. It arrived above Luo Mantian's head in a single instance, directly slashing towards his soul. The slash seemed to cleave apart the world, as if it had been cleaved in half. Even the laws of the world could not stop it, allowing the slash to directly break through Luo Mantian's energy defenses. It ignored Luo Mantian's god artifact armor and viciously struck Luo Mantian's soul with terrifying force. After taking the hit from the heaven-slashing martial spirit, Luo Mantian's body did not simply tremble and let out a muffled groan. Instead, he directly let out a blood-curdling scream. His face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. Bright red blood spurted out from his 7 orifices. His primordial spirit had become extremely dim, and the primordial spirit flame was on the verge of collapse, giving people a feeling that it would be extinguished at any moment. Chu Jian's heaven-severing technique was just too shocking. No one at the same level of cultivation could endure it. Even first heavenly layer Grand Primes were in danger of dying. Even though Luo Mantian managed to endure it with his soul at the second heavenly layer, he clearly paid a heavy price. In the next moment, Luo Mantian clutched his head firmly and fell into the huge temporal vortex. If he were in peak condition, he could have used his powerful cultivation to forcefully break out. However, his soul was heavily injured like never before. He had almost fainted and his mind was in a mess. As a result, he was unable to put up any effective resistance when he fell into the temporal vortex. The temporal vortex spun rapidly. The laws of time inside were extremely chaotic. As Luo Mantian sank into the temporal vortex, his god artifact rapidly dimmed. Even the pulses of his cultivation became weaker and weaker. In just a few seconds, the god artifact he wore returned to its original appearance. Clearly, there were no pulses of energy within the god artifact at all. In the span of a few breaths, Luo Mantian did not know whether time had gone forward or backwards, but the power of the god armor had been completely drained. Even the power of his cultivation had vanished. At this moment, a rope appeared in Chu Jian's hand. To no surprise, the rope was a low-quality god artifact. He suddenly tossed the rope out, wrapping it around Luo Mantian, who had fallen into the temporal vortex. As soon as the low-quality god artifact rope entered the temporal vortex, it immediately dimmed at a visible rate. The energy within the rope drained away at an extremely terrifying rate. Chu Jian was stern as he stared at the rope in his hand. Without any hesitation, he immediately pulled hard and forcefully pulled Luo Mantian out of the temporal vortex. As a Grand Prime, Luo Mantian possessed a lifespan as long as the world. As a result, he did not suffer any obvious injuries in the temporal vortex. However, the divine artifact armor on his body could no longer cover the entire room. Even the vast power of cultivation in his body had been completely depleted. His cultivation did not regress, but clearly, he had been in the temporal vortex for a very long time. All the tremendous energy within him had been swept away. However, his primordial spirit was still in the same state as before it fell into the time vortex. There were no obvious changes in the time vortex. The soul has the imprint of ways. This temporal vortex clearly hasn't reached the level where it can erase the souls of Grand Primes, or it would have been impossible for your soul to survive until now. Chu Jian stared at Luo Mantian. Luo Mantian still had not recovered. Without the protection of his god artifact, his cultivation had completely vanished as well. He posed no threat to Chu Jian at all. Swish. Chapter 2679. The spatial crack where Chu Jian and Luo Mantian fought did not close up, so all the peak experts outside saw what happened clearly. As a result, when the Grand Primes of the Righteous Alliance and Four Symbols Alliance saw Luo Mantian's death, they were all shocked. Although the martial soul lineage had also lost 2 Grand Primes in the battle last time, they were only first heavenly layer Grand Primes. In particular, Zheng, who had only become a Grand Prime recently, so he was one of the weakest Grand Primes. Luo Mantian, on the other hand, was a veteran who had become a Grand Prime many years ago. He had reached the second heavenly layer of Grand Prime, so his death naturally caused quite a stir in everyone's hearts. Luo Mantian has actually died. He Dao, who had betrayed the righteous alliance with Luo Mantian, felt extremely mixed emotions. A sliver of sorrow appeared on his face. It has only been half a month since we left the righteous alliance. First, Guli died and now Luo Mantian. Moreover, the righteous alliance that should have been wiped out according to our predictions has gained an absolute advantage. Could it be that the decision we made back then was really wrong? He Dao's heart was heavy. For the first time, he began to doubt the decision the three of them had made to betray the righteous alliance. However, when he looked at the young Star Lord below, he could not help but calm down. He said, "So what if Jianchen has the support of the martial soul lineage? We have the young Star Lord representing the Star Brilliance Mountain behind us. The young Star Lord still hasn't taken action, so he's probably planning something. I believe the moment the young Star Lord takes action, it'll definitely be an earth-shaking event. He'll be able to turn the situation around in a single stroke." Chu Jian had already emerged from the spatial crack with Luo Mantian's corpse, returning to the battlefield. He knew that Jianchen needed a large number of corpses, so he tossed the corpse towards the mountain soul after emerging from the spatial crack. Jianchen was overjoyed on the mountain soul. He caught Luo Mantian's corpse excitedly. Now, he had collected 3 Grand Prime corpses. They were Jing Hu, Guli, and Luo Mantian. Chu Jian did not take away Luo Mantian's space ring. The successors of the martial soul lineage all knew that the wealth of these low Grand Primes would not be enough to tempt Han Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao. As a result, all the items in the space ring were given to the 5 of them to distribute. However, now was not the time to check the spatial ring. Jianchen put away Luo Mantian's corpse and formed the formation again. "This time, we'll kill He Dao first. We can't let anyone who betrayed the righteous alliance go," Jianchen said as he stared coldly at He Dao, who was currently in an intense battle with Zhou Zhidao. He Dao and Zhou Zhidao were both first heavenly layer Grand Primes, so they were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. However, when Jianchen looked at He Dao seemed to sense it. He exchanged glances with Jianchen from afar, and when he saw the coldness in Jianchen's eyes, his heart immediately shivered. He immediately understood that he would be the next target. The deaths of Zheng Hu, Guli, and Luo Mantian had greatly affected He Dao. His fear for the martial soul lineage had reached its limits, so when he sensed Jianchen's gaze, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately abandoned Zhou Zhidao and fled. Grand Primes moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, He Dao vanished from outer space, hiding in the protective formation of the 4 Symbols Alliance again. The protective formation could conceal everything. Whether it was the presence or the scenery, it was impossible to detect from the outside. As a result, once they hid in the protective formation, even attacks from the martial soul lineage with martial soul force would not be able to find them. "Let's retreat," the gentle breeze ancestor ordered as soon as He Dao fled. They were not the martial soul lineage's opponent in the first place. With Luo Mantian's death and He Dao's escape, the martial soul lineage had gained 2 more powerful opponents. If they continued fighting, they would only lose even faster. At that moment, the Grand Primes of the 4 Symbols Alliance vanished from outer space. They all hid in the protective formation. God damn it, martial soul force is just too difficult to defend against. The power of my soul drains away far too quickly when I fight against that expert of the martial soul lineage, and my soul is struck heavily from time to time, Gong Ji said grimly as she returned to the protective formation. Her face was extremely sunken, and there was a sliver of exhaustion on her face. God damn it. I'm a mighty second heavenly layer Grand Prime, yet I've been reduced to such a horrible state by a ninth heavenly layer chaotic prime brat. A strange legacy like the martial soul lineage shouldn't exist in the world. Luomantion has died so quickly. We really don't have any chance of victory now, the gentle breeze ancestor sighed softly. The gentle breeze ancestor sighed gently. He was stern. The battle prowess of the martial soul lineage was just too great. The three of them were only ninth heavenly layer chaotic primes, yet they could beat up the grand primes of the Four Symbols Alliance so miserably. Where's Jianshan? Why hasn't Jianshan come out? Didn't I tell you to draw Jianshan out? There's so many of you, yet you can't even do something so simple. The young Star Lord arrived with an ugly expression. He questioned them. The young Star Lord was extremely eager to kill Jianshan. Now that he had obtained a trump card after so much difficulty, he could make Jianshan die a horrible death. He naturally did not want to wait a single moment longer. In his opinion, the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance's feather would still have enough power to kill the martial soul lineage after killing Jianshan. As long as he used the feather, he could immediately turn the situation around. The feather is my greatest trump card for killing Jianshan, so I can't reveal it beforehand. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to carry out the plan once Jianshan is on his guard. The young Star Lord was extremely furious. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening boom rang out. Under this loud sound, the entire ground trembled, and the Righteous Alliance's protective array shook violently, bursting with blinding light. Afterwards, the violent rumbles constantly rang out. Each one was more powerful than the last, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Just the loud rumbles were enough to make the surroundings collapse. Oh no, the Righteous Alliance has decided to launch an attack. The expressions of the experts of the Four Symbols Alliance changed. Outside the formation, energy surged as streaks of light shot into the sky. Powerful pulses of energy permeated the surroundings, causing the situation on the cloud plane to change. It alarmed countless people. All the elites of the Tong family, the Cosmic Sect, and the Fire God clan had already fallen into formation after formation. Under the orders of their ancestors, they launched forceful attacks against the protective formations of the Four Symbols Alliance regardless of how much energy they had to expend. At the same time, even the ancestors of the three organizations took action. Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji all wielded god artifacts as they radiated with earth-shaking might. They also launched attacks against the formations. Every single strike was devastating, causing space to collapse. After killing Luomantion in the battle earlier, they had weakened the Four Symbols Alliance once again, widening the disparity in strength once again. As a result, Tong Wuming and the other two Grand Primes no longer cared about the loss of energy. With the assistance of the martial soul lineage, the Four Symbols Alliance had no chance of victory at all even if the three of them did not take part. The martial soul lineage returned to the martial soul mountain again. They used the same method as before to draw on the power of the mountain soul, exhausting the formation's energy in the most effortless way possible. Chapter 2680. Within the protective formation of the Four Symbols Alliance, the ground shook as if a supreme formation had taken place. Even godhood cultivators could not help but sway as they stood on the ground. Fortunately, the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance was riddled with formations. Under the protection of the formations, the violent tremors did not cause any major damage to the headquarters. At this moment, basically all the forces of the Four Symbols Alliance were gathered inside. Everyone stared at the protective formation that had erupted with dazzling light in the sky as they fell silent. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Based on this level of attack, we probably won't be able to last half a month, He Dao said with a heavy voice. He looked at the many experts of the Four Symbols Alliance who could only hide within the formation as mixed emotions filled his heart. Let alone half a month, even 7 days will be very difficult. After all, there are 3 grand primes outside, as well as many chaotic primes, infinite primes, and godhood cultivators working together, Gong Ji said with a darkened face. She felt extremely frustrated by the current situation. She glanced past the young Star Lord intentionally or unintentionally, and displeasure appeared on her face for the first time. The Four Symbols Alliance had already reached such a state, yet no experts from the Star Brilliance plane had come to reinforce them. Moreover, the young Star Lord did not seem to have sent any reinforcements to the Star Brilliance plane either, which made Gong Ji extremely furious. Arrange for a retreat. Activate the teleportation formation across planes and send the talented disciples to other planes. If we really are doomed, we'll have some descendants of our clans or sects at the very least. Moreover, fill up the formation with all the divine crystals we've accumulated over the years, as well as anything that can provide energy. Make some more time, the gentle breeze ancestor ordered helplessly. With his order, it immediately led to an uproar in the Four Symbols Alliance. Many people paled. This was because the order meant that the Four Symbols Alliance had truly reached the end of the line. They were powerless to turn the situation around. The ancestors of the Four Symbols Alliance were already prepared for the destruction of the Four Symbols Alliance. Young Star-Lord, the reason why our Four Symbols Alliance is where it is today is all because of you. Our Four Symbols Alliance no longer has the power to deal with the martial soul lineage and the righteous alliance. We've already reached such a critical juncture, so are you still not going to do anything? Wu Lu called out. The young Star-Lord's attitude almost made Wu Lu lose his patience. He was no longer as polite to the young Star-Lord as before. Humph! What's the hurry? Am I not here? Isn't the final moment not here yet? The young Star-Lord frowned and said rather impatiently, You can only blame yourself. I told you before to draw Jianshan down. As long as Jianshan comes out, everything will be resolved. In the end, so many of you went out, and one of you died in the end, but you still didn't manage to lure Jianshan out. Who can you blame? The Four Symbols Alliance had already made arrangements for their retreat. They began to select talented juniors to send out of the cloud plane. In the crowd, the 2 great elders of the Four Symbols Alliance sighed inside when they saw this. They took out their communication jade slips and began to communicate with each other in an obscure manner. The 2 old men were both chaotic primes. They were the 2 ancestral emperors who had survived the various battles against the Righteous Alliance after the Blood Sun Empire had become a part of the Four Symbols Alliance. At the same time, the Blood Emperor stood at the top of the imperial palace of the Blood Sun Empire in his dragon robes. He gazed in the direction of the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance as he was extremely stern. He was filled with worry. Although the Blood Sun Empire still belonged to the Four Symbols Alliance, the Righteous Alliance did not treat them seriously at all. This was because even though the Blood Sun Empire was the eternal empire that controlled the southern region on the surface, they were only a slightly plump grasshopper in the eyes of the 3 peak clans of the Righteous Alliance. This was because the Blood Sun Empire did not suffer from the attack on the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance this time. Suddenly, the Blood Emperor's face changed. With a flip of his hand, a jade slip suddenly appeared. The Blood Emperor's expression changed rapidly as he looked at the jade slip in his hand. At that instant, he seemed to have aged a lot, and he gave off a dispirited aura. The Ancestral Emperor actually wants me to activate the Bloodline plan. Is the Four Symbols Alliance really unable to last? Is our Blood Sun Empire really going to be destroyed? The Blood Emperor seemed to lose all his strength. He sat down on the ground as his eyes became dazed. But very soon, he stood up as he trembled. He gathered the people of the Imperial clan in a majestic hall. Very soon, over 100 people gathered there. They did not seem to be very old. They were all of the Dragon's Son. As an eternal empire that had existed for 1,000,000 years, the Imperial clan of the Blood Sun Empire had several tens of thousands of people at the very least. However, There were only around 100 people who could be summoned by the Blood Emperor. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how great the statuses of the people who had the right to stand there were. In the majestic hall, over 100 dragons' grandsons knelt down politely and paid their respects to the Blood Emperor. They were all uneasy, and their faces were filled with unease. Now, everyone knew that the Righteous Alliance was attacking the Four Symbols Alliance. The Four Symbols Alliance was in a dire situation. They had lost quite a few Grand Primes. The success or failure of the Four Symbols Alliance directly affected the fate of their Blood Sun Empire. As a result, the Dragon's Grandsons and Dragon's Grandsons who possessed extremely great statuses in the Blood Sun Empire spent their days in fear. It was not an exaggeration to say that every day felt like a year. To no surprise, the 9th prince who had almost destroyed the Tianyuan family was among them as well. However, the 9th prince was no longer as arrogant and high-spirited as he was in the past. The Four Symbols Alliance can't last much longer. The Ancestral Emperor has ordered the execution of the Bloodline Plan. You are the future of our Blood Sun Empire. If the Blood Sun Empire is destroyed, you will be able to rise up again one day in the future, allowing our Blood Sun Empire to reappear. The Blood Emperor was extremely dispirited, as if he had used all of his strength to say that. Afterwards, he looked at the 9th prince and said, "The Blood Sun Empire will probably vanish as well. There's no need to worry about the agreement with the Shi dynasty. You can leave as well. I hope you don't disappoint me." "Thank you for your grace, father." The 9th prince was overjoyed when he heard that. He was overjoyed. "I don't care about the others, but the 9th prince must remain. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave." At this moment, a dignified voice rang out from nowhere. A figure appeared out of nowhere in the majestic hall. It was a middle-aged man. He also wore dragon robes and possessed a dignified bearing. He possessed the unquestionable bearing of a superior. He did not stand on the ground. Instead, he hovered in the air. He was even taller than the Blood Emperor, who sat on the throne. He looked down on the Blood Emperor as if he was looking down on him. The appearance of this person caused the Blood Emperor's expression to change. It was extremely sunken, and there was also a deep sense of powerlessness. The Blood Emperor sucked in a deep breath and said with a deep voice, "Emperor Shi, I never thought that you would come personally." He was the emperor of the Shi dynasty, Shi Zun. Chapter 2681. Looking at the emperor of the Shi dynasty who had suddenly appeared in the throne room, all the dragon's grandsons gathered there felt both fear and anger. They also felt a sense of grievance. The Blood Sun Empire and the Shi dynasty were both eternal empires on the Cloud Plain. They each ruled over a region, and both of them were equally matched in terms of status and strength. They had never interfered with each other. However, as the current emperor of the Shi dynasty in the northern region, Emperor Shi, had actually come uninvited, directly appearing in the most sacred throne room of the Blood Sun Empire. He wanted to cut off the Blood Sun Empire's path of retreat as soon as he spoke. This was no longer as simple as a provocation. As a matter of fact, in the eyes of some of the dragon's grandsons, this was an insult to the Blood Sun Empire. As an eternal empire that reigned over the southern region, they had actually fallen to such a state. They felt powerless before the Shi dynasty's undisguised threat. Not only did this make the dragon's grandsons feel sorrowful, but even the Blood Emperor felt extremely aggrieved. Emperor Shi, the Righteous Alliance is currently at war with the Four Symbols Alliance. As a member of the Righteous Alliance, not only has your Shi dynasty not assisted the Righteous Alliance, but you even have the leisure to come to our Blood Sun Empire and interfere with these trivial matters. Your Shi dynasty sure has a lot of free time, the Blood Emperor said emotionlessly. He was extremely stern. The battle in 10,000 years will affect you, Er's heart. This is no small matter. Emperor Shi waved his hand, and a throne immediately appeared out of nowhere. He sat on the throne, over 30 meters above the ground. who knew whether he had done it intentionally or not, but he was always a head taller than the Blood Emperor. As for the war between the Righteous Alliance and the Four Symbols Alliance, there's no need for our Shi dynasty to interfere. The orders from the Righteous Alliance to our Shi dynasty are only for our Shi dynasty to protect the northern region. Emperor Shi spoke extremely indifferently as he looked at the Blood Emperor from above. Even though he was the same as the Blood Emperor in terms of status, they were both emperors of eternal empires. However, in terms of strength, Emperor Shi was a chaotic prime, while the Blood Emperor was only an infinite prime. Moreover, he was an early infinite prime. As a result, there was always a gap between their statuses. The Blood Emperor fell silent. The war between the two alliances basically involved all the major organizations on the Cloud Plain, let alone the two ancestral emperors of the Blood Sun Empire of the southern region. Even the eternal empires of the eastern and western regions had mobilized all their chaotic primes. Only the northern region had not sent a single soldier. The Blood Emperor knew exactly what this meant. This didn't mean that the Shi dynasty wasn't valued by the Alliance of Justice and Order. On the contrary, the Alliance of Justice and Order was protecting the Shi dynasty by not allowing the Shi dynasty to participate in the war, which meant that the Shi dynasty wouldn't suffer any losses. It was obvious that the Alliance of Justice and Order was taking special care of the Shi dynasty because of the Tianyuan family. The ninth prince of the Blood Sun Empire's excitement and joy from before had vanished completely. His face was ashen and filled with despair. He knew that since Emperor Shi had appeared, it was impossible for him to leave the Cloud Plain. His fate was to live out the next 10,000 years and then fight the princess of the Shi dynasty. He even knew that he would definitely lose the battle 10,000 years later. He had no chance at victory at all. Even if he broke through and reached the primordial realm, even if he possessed the strength to crush the princess of the Shi dynasty, he would still be the one to die in the end. Why? Why did I provoke the Tianyuan family? Didn't Jianshin want the Flower of Ways? I could have just given it to him, but why did I have to take revenge on the Tianyuan family? Taking revenge on the Tianyuan family is one thing, but why did I have to kill off the Tianyuan family? If I didn't kill off the Tianyuan family, I wouldn't have offended the princess of the Shi dynasty, and I wouldn't have ended up like this today. The ninth prince was filled with regret. At that moment, he wished he could turn back time so much that he could start all over again. In the end, the Blood Emperor compromised. He left the ninth prince behind according to Emperor Shi's request. With the Four Symbols Alliance weakened, the Blood Sun Empire no longer had the confidence to stand up to the Shi dynasty. It was also at this moment that a teleportation formation that was rarely used in a huge city on the central region of the Cloud Plain suddenly shone with dazzling light. The powerful power of teleportation surged, attracting countless people in the surroundings in a single instance. It's a teleportation formation that can cross planes. It's said that this teleportation formation can only be activated with colored divine crystals. That's something that only primordial realm experts possess. The teleportation formation has been activated. It looks like someone else has come from another plane. It must be some important figure. It's extremely likely that it's a primordial realm expert. Everyone move aside. Don't block the senior's path. At that moment, the cultivators in the surroundings all discussed. All of their eyes widened as they stared at the teleportation formation. They were filled with great curiosity. A few breaths later, along with a strong spatial fluctuation, the dazzling light from the teleportation array gradually faded away, revealing the four figures standing in the teleportation array. The person at the front was a young man. He wore luxurious white robes and possessed an imposing bearing. His face was filled with undisguised arrogance. The other three people were two middle-aged men and a skinny old man. Compared to the white-robed young man's sharp appearance, the three of them were much more ordinary. Their presences were concealed, making them seem like ordinary people. However, no one would truly believe that they were ordinary people since they could use a teleportation formation to cross planes. Cloud Plane, I've finally come. Jianchen, do you think you can relax just by hiding on the cloud plane? The method of the exalted saint belongs to me. This time, I will definitely take back the method of the exalted saint and complete the cultivation method. The white-robed young man standing in front looked at the world and murmured in a low voice. The white-robed young man was the current leader of the Radiant Saint Hall on the desolate plain, Gongsun-ji. As for the three people behind Gongsun-ji, they all looked in the direction of the southern region as soon as they set foot on the cloud plain. A gleam of light flashed through their eyes. This beam of light was like a bolt of lightning. It possessed an intimidating might. Even space rippled slightly as far as the eye could see. Just their gazes possessed such unfathomable power. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying these three ordinary-looking people were. You, come here. Gongsun-ji pointed at a cultivator nearby and asked coldly, Tell me, where is the Tianyuan family founded by Jianchen? The cultivator Gongsun-ji pointed at was only a deity. His face was pale white and filled with unease. He arrived before Gongsun-ji as he trembled slightly. He was about to speak. Leader, there's no need to ask. We already know where Jianchen is, a middle-aged man behind Gongsun-ji said. A middle-aged man behind Gongsun-ji said. The light in his eyes flickered as he stared in the direction of the southern region. He said slowly, We've come at the perfect time. An interesting show is currently unfolding on the cloud plain. Not only have we found Jianchen, but even the other members of the martial soul lineage are here. What? The martial soul lineage is here as well? Hearing this, Gongsun-ji was first shocked, then overjoyed, a strong fighting spirit burning in his chest. Although he was still a god king right now, Gongsun-ji was in high spirits after wielding the greatest protector sword, Godslayer's sword. He basically did not take the martial soul lineage seriously at all. Chapter 2682. Ha 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 ha, martial soul lineage, I was just fretting over how to find you, yet you're all on the cloud plane. That's fantastic. It looks like even the heavens are helping me, Jianchen laughed out loud. Martial soul lineage, I was just worrying about how to find you, yet you're all on the cloud plane. Gongsun-ji laughed at the sky as if he was running out of patience. He immediately urged the three people behind him. Quick, quick, quick! Let's go. We can't let him escape. Not only will I kill the spy this time and take back the method of the exalted saint, but I'll also destroy the martial soul lineage. Although he already knew that Jianchen and the martial soul lineage were on the cloud plane, Gongsun-ji was only a divine king. Both the senses and senses of his soul were extremely limited. It was impossible for him to peer into the southern region from the central region of the cloud plane. This was basically something that only grand primes and a few extremely powerful chaotic primes could achieve. Don't worry, leader. The martial soul lineage is currently engaged in a fierce battle with a large organization on the cloud plane. They won't be leaving anytime soon. The gray-robed old man behind Gongsun-ji said. With that, he waved his hand, and an invisible energy immediately wrapped around Gongsun-ji. Afterwards, the two of them vanished. The two middle-aged men who had come with Gongsun-ji stared in the direction of the southern region. Their deep gazes seemed to be able to pierce through space, allowing them to clearly see the battle happening there. Gongsun-ji is dreaming if he wants to destroy the martial soul lineage. The martial soul lineage isn't that easy to destroy, one of the middle-aged men said indifferently. He was called Su Jiping. He was the ancestor of a renowned, peak clan on the desolate plain, the Su family. Although the martial soul lineage has been destroyed before, the people who did it were basically all 9th heavenly layer grand primes. Gongsun-ji is just too young after all. His understanding of the martial soul lineage is nowhere near as deep. It's wishful thinking for him to destroy the martial soul lineage. However, he does pose some threat to the martial soul lineage with his Godslayer's sword, said another middle-aged man as well. He seemed to be at ease. His name was Huang Fu Gi, and he was the Grand Elder of the Zhongtian clan, one of the top clans in the Barren State. Whether it was the Su family or the Zhongtian clan, they were both existences that stood at the very apex of the desolate plain. Before the protector swords of the Radiant Saint Hall appeared, the two clans were definitely stronger than the Radiant Saint Hall. As a matter of fact, it could even be said that the Su family and the Zhongtian clan were terrifying existences only second to the Celestial Sword Saint on the desolate plain. Fortunately, the successors of the Protector Swords in the Radiant Saint Hall are not united. Otherwise, Gongsun Ji wouldn't be the only one among the 6 protectors. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing for us, said Huang Fugi. The ancestor of the Su family, Su Jiping, nodded. He said, Sir Gi, we should go over as well. If we go too late and make Gongsun Ji unhappy, what if he suddenly goes back on his word and doesn't go back on his promise to give the 3 remaining protector swords to the juniors of our clan after the Tower of Radiance accepts him? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for us? Yeah. Before we obtain the spot for the protector swords, let's try our best not to make Gongsun Ji change his mind. Even though he acts like a petty person, he's the only successor of the Tower of Radiance after all. In order to get a spot for the juniors of my clan, I'll have to bear with it for a while, said Huang Fugi. With that, he and Su Jiping suddenly vanished. Deafening booms constantly rang out in the southern region of the Cloud Plain. Terrifying energy surged through the surroundings. Every single attack from Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji was devastating, causing the protective formation of the 4 Symbols Alliance to erupt with dazzling light. The entire screen of light shook constantly. At this moment, this place had long been destroyed beyond recognition. There was a huge crater, and all the nearby mountains had been razed to the ground. I can already sense that the protective formation of the 4 Symbols Alliance is weakening. It looks like they can't last much longer, Zhou Zhidao called out as excitement and eagerness filled his eyes. This was because he knew that once the protective formation of the 4 Symbols Alliance was destroyed, the 4 Symbols Alliance would be completely destroyed. There would only be the Righteous Alliance left on the Cloud Plain. Their attacks are too powerful. The energy consumption of the formation has far exceeded our expectations. We can't last much longer, Gong Ji said sternly within the 4 Symbols Alliance. There's no hurry. I'll take action the moment the formation breaks, the young Star Lord said emotionlessly. Viciousness filled his eyes. With his words, the originally uneasy people of the 4 Symbols Alliance calmed down slightly. The young Star Lord had basically become the pillar of support for everyone in the 4 Symbols Alliance. I hope the young Star Lord can really turn the situation around and turn our defeat into victory. Many people in the 4 Symbols Alliance prayed inside. At this moment, 2 figures appeared silently behind the Righteous Alliance. They were Gongsun Ji and the gray-robed, skinny old man. As soon as Gongsun Ji arrived, he was surprised by the terrifying energy in the surroundings. His face changed slightly. He had never seen such tremendous energy on such an intense battlefield. What's happened here? Gongsun Ji thought. Very soon, he calmed down and looked around. He directly glanced past the 4 Symbols Alliance and the Righteous Alliance before stopping on the illusionary Martial Soul Mountain that hovered in outer space. At the same time, Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji sensed Gongsun Ji's arrival. The 3 of them subconsciously stopped their attacks and looked at the skinny old man. Their faces changed slightly. 3rd Heavenly Layer Grand Prime. Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji looked at each other. They were rather stern. They could already tell the old man's strength. He was actually on the same level as the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak. It's actually Sha Yun from the Divine Blade sect. Han Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao discovered Gongsun Ji's arrival as soon as possible in outer space. They also looked at the old man and frowned. At this moment, Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi appeared silently as well. They stood beside the skinny old man, Sha Yun. Hun Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao all became stern with their appearance. Su Zhiping of the Su family and Huang Fu Gi of the Mid-Heaven clan have actually come as well. This time, Hun Zhang's voice became rather stern. Su Zhiping and Huang Fu Gi's arrival pressured them even more than Sha Yun's. Jianshan looked over as well when he heard that. He did not recognize Sha Yun, Huang Fu Gi, or Su Zhiping, but he saw Gongsun Ji with a single glance. He knew that the situation was bad. Ha ha ha, Jianshan, I've finally found you. And the martial soul lineage as well. I'll make it so you won't be able to escape this time. Gongsun Ji bellowed out from below. Immediately, extremely bright light erupted from his body. It was dazzling like the sun, illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 2683. So powerful! Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji were shocked. Their eyes narrowed to the size of needles as their hearts trembled. Among the three of them, Zhou Zhidao was a first heavenly layer Grand Prime, while Tong Wuming and Lian Wuji were both second heavenly layer Grand Primes. Their strength was basically enough to reign supreme on the cloud plane. Just a stomp of their feet was enough to make the entire cloud plane tremble. However, the energy that Gongsun Ji had erupted with was so powerful that it made the expressions of Zhou Zhidao, Tong Wuming, and Lian Wuji, who were peak experts of the cloud plane, change. Their minds rumbled. Moreover, what troubled them the most was that the expert who had suddenly appeared and shocked them was actually an enemy of the martial soul lineage and Jianshan. Right now was a crucial moment for the destruction of the Four Symbols Alliance. Just when the protective formations of the Four Symbols Alliance were about to fall, just when the Four Symbols Alliance was about to be destroyed, such a powerful existence had suddenly appeared. This made Zhou Zhidao, Tong Wuming, and Lian Wuji's expressions become rather ugly. At that moment, their subordinates all stopped attacking the Four Symbols Alliance. Gongsun Ji wielded Godslayer's sword as dazzling light enveloped him, illuminating the surroundings like a supreme god. He turned into a startling streak of light as he flew into outer space. Before he even approached the martial soul mountain, he suddenly swung Godslayer's sword. Immediately, the shocking power of Godslayer's sword erupted, causing the world to pale in comparison. The stars in the sky dimmed, and the cold, dark space was cleaved in half by the sword. A huge, pitch-black crack appeared, devouring all light. As Godslayer's sword swung down, an extremely terrifying streak of light immediately shot towards the martial soul mountain with unbelievable speed. It possessed a presence that could destroy everything in its path with earth-shaking power. Wherever the streak of light passed by, the cold, dark space would tremble violently, collapsing piece by piece. The power of the strike was so great that it surpassed the limits of what the space could withstand. Even the slightest ripple of energy was enough to shake up space. There's no need to worry about Gongsun Ji. Although he possesses the Godslayer sword, his cultivation level is still too low. He's unable to perfectly control the power of the Godslayer sword. As long as we are careful, he won't be able to harm us. With that, he controlled the mountain soul to change its position. The mountain soul of the martial soul mountain moved as quickly as teleportation. In the blink of an eye, it had left its original position and appeared 10,000 kilometers away. Although Gongsun Ji's shocking strike possessed devastating power, it did not seem to be able to lock onto the martial soul mountain. As a result, Godslayer's strike missed as soon as the martial soul mountain changed locations. It vanished into the depths of outer space in the end. Gongsun Ji bellowed out furiously. He continued to attack with Godslayer's sword. Every strike erupted with devastating power, but the martial soul mountain refused to receive them head-on. They dodged them with ease every single time. Seeing how his attacks were dodged time and time again, Gongsun Ji finally could not help but bellow out furiously, "Martial soul lineage, don't run if you're bold enough. Do you have the courage to face me in a proper battle?" Jianshan stared at the arrogant Gong Sun Ji from the mountain soul. He frowned as well. If Gong Sun Ji did not possess a protector sword, he would indeed be an ant in his eyes. However, with a protector sword, he had to admit that the puny divine king was not someone he could deal with. But it seems like only Gong Sun Ji has come here out of the 6 protectors of the Radiant Saint Hall. Jianshan glanced past the cloud plain. He let out a sigh of relief after failing to find Bai Yu, Han Xian, and the others. The wielder of a protector sword should be completely chosen by the artifact spirit. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Junior Bai Yu and Han Xian to obtain a protector sword with their talent. After all, there are just far too many people more powerful than them in the Radiant Saint Hall. It looks like I need to find a way to visit the Tower of Radiance again, Jianshan thought. Back in the Tower of Radiance, Gong Sun Ji had expressed hostility and killing intent towards him. The artifact spirit should have known about this, yet in the end, the most powerful protector sword still ended up in Gong Sun Ji's hands. Jianshan sensed that something was off. He could not help but worry for the artifact spirit. First senior brother, second senior brother, I've experienced the power of protector swords in the past, so my understanding of them far surpasses yours. I'll keep Gong Sun Ji busy. You need to be careful of Huang Fu Gi and Su Jiping. They came with Gong Sun Ji, so they should be together, Yu Chao said sternly. Yu Chao growled. With that, he directly flew out of the mountain soul. His power surged as he charged towards Gong Sun Ji. Gong Sun Ji wielded the protector saint's sword in his hand. His entire person seemed to have transformed into the only blazing sun in this dark starry space, radiating resplendent light that illuminated the entire cloud prefecture. He let out a roar of rage and slashed out with his sword, shattering the Milky Way as he mercilessly slashed towards Yu Chao. Yu Chao did not dare to be careless against the power of the protector sword. He was stern, and he did not take Gong Sun Ji's attack head-on. Instead, he dodged Godslayer's sword in an ingenious manner. Afterwards, Yu Chao and Gong Sun Ji engaged in a battle in outer space. Instead of a battle, it was more like a game of cat and mouse. As Yu Chao had a deep understanding of the power of the protector sword, he did not take Gong Sun Ji's attack head-on, nor did he fight back. All he did was dodge. If he took on Gong Sun Ji's attack head-on, the protector sword was just too powerful. He would be the one to suffer. If he fought back, Gong Sun Ji was protected by the power of the protector sword. The power could even block martial soul force. Any attack would not be able to harm Gong Sun Ji at all unless it could get through the power of Godslayer's sword. As a result, before he possessed the strength to take on the protector sword head-on, dodging was the only way to deal with the protector sword. However, Gong Sun Ji discovered that even though he had Godslayer's sword, he failed to even touch the corner of Yu Chao's clothes. He could not help but become secretly furious. Ha ha! Does your martial soul lineage only know how to flee before me? The famed martial soul lineage that has existed for thousands of years in the saints' world actually doesn't even have the right to fight me. How cowardly! I think there's no need for the martial soul lineage to continue existing. You should be Yu Chao, right? Yu Chao, you snuck into our Radiant Saint Hall last time and almost died to my hand. I never thought that you would directly flee as soon as you see me this time. Is it because you learnt about my power after your injuries last time and fear me, where you don't even have the courage to fight me? Ha ha ha, martial soul lineage, since you're so afraid of me, I'll let you live. If you hand over Jianshan's head and kowtow to me 9 times, I'll let you live. With no other choice, Gong Sun Ji began to provoke Yu Chao verbally. His attacks with Godslayer's sword were indeed devastating, but they were unable to touch Yu Chao. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. He felt like he had punched cotton, unable to use any strength at all. It was as horrible as it could get. After all, he was only a divine king. He was nowhere near as powerful as chaotic primes in every aspect. Even with his protector sword, His attacks only possessed the form but not the spirit. He was unable to lock onto Yu Chao at all. As a matter of fact, there were many times when he could not even catch Yu Chao's shadow. Whenever Yu Chao changed location, he would have to look around in search of him. This was the drawback of the disparity between his strength and his cultivation. Otherwise, if the protector sword were to fall into the hands of someone with a similar level of cultivation to it, each and every move would be able to seal the sky as a prison. It would completely lock onto the opponent, making it impossible to dodge or escape. Gongsun Ji's cultivation is still a little too low after all. His attacks are just too slow. It's such a waste for such a powerful Godslayer's sword to end up in his hands. On the cloud plain, Huang Fugi, Su Jiping, and Sha Yun stared at the battle in outer space as well. They shook their heads inside. Chapter 2684. Huang Fugi and Su Jiping nodded. They agreed with what Sha Yun had said very much. Before Gongsun Ji matures, we have to support him properly. We have to make him understand that our Huang Fu clan, Su family, and Divine Blade sect are completely on his side. Only when he truly treats us as the only people he can trust will he hand the 3 remaining protector swords to the juniors of our clans without any worries. The protector swords are so powerful, so we can't miss out on them, said Huang Fugi. The protectors of the Radiant Saint Hall are not on good terms. Bai Yu, Han Xian, and Donglin Yen Shui are all on the same side, while Xian Zhan and his son seem to be neutral. Although Gongsun Ji possesses the most powerful protector sword, he's all alone. At a time like this, he's in desperate need of people he can trust. Our 3 clans can be his greatest source of confidence. Across the cloud plain, there's no organization apart from the Celestial Sword Saint that can fend off our 3 clans. As a result, the 3 remaining protector swords will belong to us, Su Jiping said confidently. This was the confidence brought about by their powerful strength, because in the barren state, other than the Huang Fu clan, there was no other top-notch force that could contend with them. This was because their Su family possessed 2 grand primes. Aside from Su Jiping, there was a second heavenly layer grand prime ancestor. At the same time, the gentle breeze ancestor, Wu Lu, Gong Ji, Chang Feng Yun, and He Dao stood side by side within the protective formation of the 4 Symbols Alliance. They hovered high in the air as their eyes shone with excitement. They stared at outer space without blinking at all. I never thought that the enemies of the martial soul lineage would come at a time like this. This is fantastic. This is fantastic. It looks like even the heavens are helping us, Gong Ji said emotionally. Gong Ji said excitedly. She looked at Gongsun Ji, who was fighting with Yu Chao in outer space. Although she did not know Gongsun Ji, she had already considered him her savior. It looks like the threat of the martial soul lineage really has been dealt with. I never thought that 2 such experts would appear on our cloud plain at a time like this. He stared in the direction of Huang Fugi, Su Jiping, and Sha Yun deeply through the protective formation. He became stern and said, "The 2 of them are 4th heavenly layer grand primes. Either one of them is more powerful than the heavenless demon Exalt in the past." What? 2 4th heavenly layer grand primes? He Dao was surprised when he heard that. He could not help but cry out before ravishing with joy. At the same time, the dragon's grandsons in the Blood Sun Empire were about to leave under the Blood Emperor's secret arrangements. They were going to flee the cloud plain to avoid the disaster this time and leave behind some kindling. Emperor Shi did not leave. He remained in the hall that represented the greatest authority of an eternal empire in the Blood Sun Empire at ease, as if he was supervising the retreat of the dragon's grandsons and preventing the 9th prince from escaping. From the beginning to the end, the Blood Emperor's face was cold and terrifyingly sunken. Emperor Shi's actions had severely challenged the dignity of the Blood Sun Empire. He did not take the Blood Sun Empire seriously at all, which infuriated the Blood Emperor. However, the problem was that the two remaining ancestral emperors of the Blood Sun Empire were currently in the headquarters of the Four Symbols Alliance. They were prepared to fight to the death against the Righteous Alliance. The tremendous Blood Sun Empire no longer possessed the power to fend off Emperor Shi's cultivation as a chaotic prime. As a result, the Blood Emperor could only lower his head before Emperor Shi's pressure. However, at this moment, Emperor Shi and the Blood Emperor noticed the battle between Gongsun Ji and the martial soul lineage. Emperor Shi suddenly frowned, and he immediately stared at outer space. He gradually became stern. As for the Blood Emperor, his dispiritedness from before vanished. He roused up, and he also stared at outer space with shining eyes. Even though his vision was nowhere near as clear as Emperor Shi's, he could still vaguely make out some scenes. Ha 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 ha, looks like the martial soul lineage has quite a lot of enemies in the Saints' world. Looks like the opponents the martial soul lineage faces this time are quite impressive since they're bold enough to make trouble for the martial soul lineage. The Blood Emperor laughed aloud as his gloominess completely vanished. Emperor Shi, with this sudden change of events, who do you think will emerge victorious between the Righteous Alliance and the Four Symbols Alliance? The Blood Emperor looked at Emperor Shi mysteriously. In particular, when he saw Emperor Shi's stern face, he felt uncontainable joy. The outcome of the battle between the Righteous Alliance and the Four Symbols Alliance would also affect the survival of their two eternal empires. Senior Huangfu, Senior Su, Senior Sha, why aren't you doing anything? Trap this person. He managed to escape last time, but this time I will definitely kill him personally. At this moment, Gongsun Ji's furious voice rang out from outer space. Don't worry, leader. We'll come assist you right now. Su Jiping laughed aloud. At that moment, he finally stopped holding back. The power of his cultivation erupted loudly, immediately forming a terrifying storm of energy. It caused the ground to crack and the rivers to tremble. The expressions of Tong Wuming, Lian Wuji, and Zhou Jidao all changed drastically. The fourth heavenly layer. The fourth heavenly layer of Grand Prime. The three of them cried out together as their faces became extremely ugly. The fourth heavenly layer of Grand Prime was equivalent to reaching Mid-Grand Prime. The difference could not be compared to the difference between the first heavenly layer and the second heavenly layer, or the second heavenly layer and the third heavenly layer. Only a single expert of that level had appeared on the cloud plane in all these years, and that was the Heavenless Demon Exalt of the Tian Empire. Even though the Heavenless Demon Exalt was dead, the prestige he left in everyone's hearts still lingered. Yet now, an expert on the same level as the Heavenless Demon Exalt had actually appeared here, which made the hearts of all the experts from the Righteous Alliance sink. On the Martial Soul Mountain, Hun Zong and Chu Jian were stern as well. If it were any other time, they would naturally not fear Su Jiping and Huangfu Gi, but they were currently at the brink of war against the Four Symbols Alliance. If they participated, many variables would occur. Su Jiping, Huangfu Gi, Sha Yun, your three organizations have always minded their own business with our martial soul lineage. Is there a need for your three clans to get involved over a single Gongsun Ji? Hun Zong said sternly. Hun Zong, there's no need to say anything more. In the past, we were indeed unwilling to offend your martial soul lineage because the price was just too great. However, things are different now. Your martial soul lineage will become a thing of the past very soon, Su Jiping said indifferently. Su Jiping said with a calm expression. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the starry sky. Terrifying energy erupted as he directly pressed his palm towards Yu Chao. Chapter 2685. Su Jiping used his full strength as soon as he struck out. He erupted with the full power of his cultivation as a fourth heavenly layer Grand Prime. With a single palm strike, the galaxies were obliterated, and all the stars in the sky paled in comparison. Even the dark space was pierced. It was truly devastating. Clearly, Su Jiping had made up his mind about becoming enemies with the martial soul lineage. He did not leave himself any path of retreat. He struck out for the kill right from the start, wanting to kill Yu Chao on the spot. So powerful! Within the cloud plain, Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji hovered in the air. The three of them raised their heads and stared at the scene in outer space. All of them became extremely stern, especially when they saw the strength that Su Jiping had displayed. It made their hearts tremble. At the same time, the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak's skin had become an inky green. Clearly, the power of the curse had already permeated his entire body. Even though the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak suppressed it as hard as he could with his cultivation as a peak 3rd heavenly layer Grand Prime, all he could do was slow down the rate at which the power of the curse spread so that he could last a little longer. At this moment, the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak stood on the top of the Heavens Link Peak as he stared in the direction of outer space. His old face was filled with worry. Su Jiping's cultivation is so powerful. His battle prowess has completely surpassed the heavenless demon Exalt in the past. Even among 4th heavenly layer Grand Primes, Su Jiping probably ranks towards the top. We're in trouble now. Even though the martial soul lineage's battle prowess can be said to be unrivaled, their cultivation levels are just too low. They probably won't be able to deal with a 4th heavenly layer Grand Prime, the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak said. He wanted to help, but he was already too busy to fend for himself. He wanted to help, but he lacked the strength to do so. He was powerless to do anything. Ha ha ha, this is going to be interesting. The Righteous Alliance's most powerful helper is the martial soul lineage. It looks like the martial soul lineage can't even fend for themselves now. The Blood Emperor stared at outer space excitedly from the Blood Sun Empire. His current feelings were indescribable. Hold on. Don't be in a hurry to leave. We still don't know who will have the last laugh between the Righteous Alliance and the Four Symbols Alliance. Perhaps our Blood Sun Empire will become the only eternal empire on the Cloud Plain in the near future. Blood King called out the Phoenix children and Dragon's grandsons who were about to teleport out. He looked at Emperor Shi with provocative eyes and laughed out loud. He seemed to be in a good mood. At this moment, it was not just the Blood Sun Empire. Even the two ancestral emperors, Shi Haoshuan and Shi Haoming, hovered in the sky in the distant Shi dynasty. They stared at outer space sternly. Aside from them, all the primordial realm experts of the Zihao Empire in the eastern region, the Jinjian Empire in the western region, and all the organizations in the 5 regions paid close attention to the battle in outer space. This was because all of them understood that this battle was not as simple as determining the future of the Cloud Plain. Instead, it was related to their survival. This was because basically all the organizations on the Cloud Plain, apart from the Pingtian Empire and the Heavenly Moon Empire, belonged to the Four Symbols Alliance and the Righteous Alliance. Once one of the alliances fell, the organizations under the alliance would face a crisis of destruction. If it were before, no one would have been so worried because 4 of the 5 regions of the Cloud Plain belonged to the Righteous Alliance. The Righteous Alliance possessed an overwhelming advantage against the Four Symbols Alliance. However, it was different now. With the participation of the experts from the Desolate Plain, the Righteous Alliance that should have been victorious suddenly faced imminent danger. This naturally affected everyone. The expressions of all the people from the martial soul lineage changed when they saw Su Jiping attack Yu Chao on the Mountain Soul. Martial Soul Array. As the current strongest expert of the martial soul lineage, Hun Zong immediately bellowed out. Before he had even finished speaking, he shot out with lightning speed. His presence surged as he charged towards Su Jiping in an unstoppable manner. Powerful energy gathered on him. He even mobilized his martial soul force secretly. At that moment, Hun Zong had already decided to put his life on the line because the martial soul array needed time. Even though it only needed a very short amount of time, it was clearly too late for him to wait for the martial soul array. As a result, Han Zhang could only forcefully receive Su Zhiping's attack with his own strength without the martial soul array. He wanted to block the attack of a 4th heavenly layer Grand Prime with his strength as a 9th heavenly layer Chaotic Prime. First senior brother, be careful. Yu Chao immediately warned Han Zhang when he saw what Han Zhang had done. Worry filled his eyes. Su Zhiping's strength was not something regular 4th heavenly layer Grand Primes could compare to. He and Huang Fugi were both peak experts at their current level of cultivation. They were supreme prodigies when they were young. Although they were not invincible among the same level of cultivation now, they were close to it. Fair enough. Han Zhang, let me see just how powerful the greatest expert of the martial soul lineage, Han Zhang, is. Su Zhiping was calm, as if he did not fear the martial soul lineage at all. In the past, he had only been worried because of how great his clan was and how many things were involved. With that, Su Zhiping's palm strike that originally targeted Yu Chao moved towards Han Zhang. With a boom, space shattered layer by layer. The palm strike sealed off the surroundings, trapping an entire region. It completely enveloped Han Zhang, preventing him from dodging or dodging. Immediately, Han Zhang felt a mountainous pressure as if the entire world was crushing down on him. However, he was no regular 9th heavenly layer Chaotic Prime. He was a 9th heavenly layer Chaotic Prime, but his cultivation had broken through the limits of common sense, reaching Grand Prime. Even though he was only a 1st heavenly layer Grand Prime, he was worlds apart from a 9th heavenly layer Chaotic Prime. Han Zhang struck out with a palm strike as well. The palm strike condensed all of his vital energies, condensing all of his peak strength. It was an extraordinary display of power. With the palm strike, the surroundings were obliterated and souls shook. Tremendous amounts of martial soul force condensed in the palm strike, beginning to affect the soul. Bang! A great rumble erupted in the shattered space. Su Zhiping and Han Zhang's hands collided loudly. It was like two planets with tremendous power had collided, erupting with devastating shock waves of energy. Even space trembled from the shock waves. Spurt! Blood sprayed from Han Zhang's mouth as he was blown away like a bolt of lightning. His black robes had already been reduced to dust by the violent shock waves of energy, revealing a set of black armor hidden inside. At this moment, the armor flickered rapidly dimming from its previous brightness. The armor was naturally a god artifact, and it was a medium-quality god artifact. Its defense was extremely great. Chapter 2686. Su Zhiping stood in the air as his presence was extremely shocking. The terrifying pressure of a 4th heavenly layer Grand Prime permeated the surroundings, making all the experts on the cloud plane shiver in fear. He stared at Han Zhang coldly as a sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes. He said extremely indifferently, "I did not hold back at all with that palm strike. You only suffered some injuries from it despite your strength. The martial soul lineage really does live up to its name. It's just a pity that the difference in cultivation between us is just too great. You're not my opponent." As he said that, Su Zhiping took a step and crossed through space, appearing before Han Zhang like he had teleported. He raised his hand and crushed down on Han Zhang with terrifying power. With the palm strike, the space around Han Zhang seemed to compress violently. Su Zhiping's palm strike possessed a mysterious power that froze the space around Han Zhang. He wanted to restrain Han Zhang. At that moment, Han Zhang seemed to have become immobilized. His mobility had been restricted. After all, Su Zhiping was just too powerful. Even though his battle prowess was not on par with 5th heavenly layer Grand Primes, he was still extremely outstanding among 4th heavenly layer Grand Primes. Han Zhang's cultivation was clearly on a different level from Su Zhiping's. However, at this moment, a tremendous power was transmitted through space in an undetectable manner, pouring into Han Zhang's body. At that moment, the martial soul array was finally complete. The powers of Chu Jian, Yun Ziding, Su Qi, Bai Rufeng, Aoyama, and Jianshan fused together perfectly through the martial soul array, condensing their vital energies and cultivation. Together with the power of the martial soul mountain, they supported Hunzong. This was a unique ability of the martial soul lineage. It was extremely profound and could be transmitted through space. Even when they were quite a distance away from Hunzong, they would not be affected at all. No one could sever the connection. As soon as the martial soul array was formed, Hun Zhang's presence skyrocketed. In just a short moment, his presence was no weaker than Su Jiping's. It had even surpassed Su Jiping's presence. If it were just Chu Jian, Yun Ziding, Su Qi, Bai Rufeng, Aoyama, and Jianshan, even if they combined their powers perfectly, it would be impossible for Hunzong to reach his current level of strength. However, it was completely different with the power of the mountain soul. As a result, not only did Hunzong possess the vital energies of the 6 other successors, but he also possessed the assistance of the mountain soul. Now that Hunzong possessed such great strength, Su Jiping could no longer keep him suppressed. The pressure from his body immediately vanished, and he directly threw a punch. Martial Spirit Array. At the same time, a gleam of light flashed through Su Jiping's eyes. The martial soul lineage had clashed with the Radiant Saint Hall for so many years, and in order to save Jianshan in the past, they had clashed with many experts from the Desolate Plain. As a result, they were familiar with the martial spirit array. Su Jiping's palm did not change. He still maintained his suppressive stance. However, the aura on his body suddenly rose and became even more intense. At the same time, the Great Path laws circled around him, causing Su Jiping's body to suddenly emit an intense radiance. It was scorching and blinding. His palm was instantly enveloped by a ball of intense light. It was as if a sun had been compressed in his palm. The light was endless, illuminating the dark space of the universe. Boom! With a great rumble, Hun Zhang's terrifying punch directly collided with Su Jiping's hand, causing space to collapse. This time, Su Jiping did not repel Hunzong like last time. Instead, he could not help but stagger backwards in space after the strike. The dazzling light on him rapidly dimmed as his complexion became very ugly. Not only has the martial spirit array increased your strength, but it has also increased your martial soul force. Before, your martial soul force was unable to affect me at all, let alone injure me. But now, your martial soul force can actually injure my soul, Su Jiping said in a deep voice. Su Jiping growled. His soul had actually received quite the impact from the clash with Hunzong this time. He was unable to withstand it at all. Su Jiping looked at the cloud plain and called out, Huang Fu Gi, let's work together against Hunzong. Sha Yun, you deal with the martial soul mountain and disturb them. Find a way to interrupt their martial spirit array. It's time for us to take action, Huang Fu Gi smiled. Huang Fu Gi smiled from the cloud plain. With that, he suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was beside Su Jiping. No problem. I'll leave the martial soul mountain to Old Man, the ancestor of the Divine Blade sect called out. The ancestor of the Divine Blade sect, Sha Yun, called out. His presence erupted, and to no surprise, he had reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. Sha Yun was extremely powerful as well. Even though he was not as powerful as Su Jiping or Huang Fu Gi, he was only a step away from the 4th heavenly layer. He directly appeared outside the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain. A brutal blade intent surged into the sky as he wielded a blade that radiated with cold, killing intent. He swung it towards the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain in an unstoppable manner. With the swing of the blade, a silver streak of light appeared in the air. The streak of light was tiny, but it possessed devastating power. Wherever it passed by, space would be ripped apart like paper. The streak of light was clearly a product of blade intent and blade chi. Sha Yun's comprehension of the way of the blade had already reached perfection, so he had condensed all the power in his strike into a single line, making it several times more lethal. Han Zong ignored Sha Yun. He did not even glance at Sha Yun's attack on the mountain soul. He did not seem to care at all. Even the successors who were setting up the martial spirit formation on the mountain soul ignored Sha Yun. Boom! With a great boom, Sha Yun's strike struck the energy barrier of the martial soul mountain's mountain soul with brutal power, but it only caused the barrier to distort slightly. Sha Yun's eyes turned cold. He was not surprised at all. He continued to attack with his blade. He knew that the illusionary martial soul mountain before him had only been condensed from an extremely tremendous amount of energy. It was not the actual martial soul mountain. However, his attacks could deplete the energy. Huang Fugi looked in the direction of the mountain soul and said, "Back on the desolate plain, the martial soul mountain could even block the heavenly king of azure brilliance's attacks for a while. Although the heavenly king of azure brilliance is at the fourth heavenly layer like us, his bloodline is so powerful that he can even kill some fifth heavenly layer grand primes. Even the heavenly king of azure brilliance couldn't destroy the martial soul mountain immediately, so it's even more impossible for Sha Yun. Sha Yun alone won't be enough to stop them." Chapter 2687. Su Zhiping nodded. "All right then. Be careful of Han Zhang's martial soul force. This power is far too harmful to the soul, and it's impossible to resist. In particular, after the martial soul array is formed, the martial soul force can even injure people at our level of cultivation." With that, Su Zhiping shot off. In a single instance, he arrived before the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain. At this moment, the ancestor of the divine blade sect, Sha Yun, who was a peak third heavenly layer grand prime, and only a step away from the fourth heavenly layer, like the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak, wielded his blade. Brutal blade intent condensed around him, as he constantly attacked the mountain's soul. Immediately, blade chi rampaged through space. Strand after strand of sharp and brutal blade intent permeated the cosmos. The blade intent ripped through space, causing a series of cracks to appear in the surroundings. The cracks were extremely small, but they were as dense as raindrops, enveloping the entire mountain soul. This was only the effect of the brutal blade intent. If Sha Yun had personally swung his blade, it would have been enough to split apart the world, enough to shatter galaxies. "Appear, sun." At the same time, Su Zhiping stood before the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain. With a deep bellow, a sense of heat suddenly appeared in the cold, dark space. A bright light rose up from Su Zhiping. The light became brighter and brighter, hotter and hotter. In just a few seconds, the light that had gathered on Su Zhiping had reached an indescribable level. The terrifyingly high temperature even caused space to constantly distort from the heat. At this moment, Su Zhiping seemed to have become the sun, illuminating the dark outer space. The bright light and scorching heat were directly transmitted to the cloud plane, making it seem like a scorching summer day. No, it was even more terrifying than a scorching summer day. Just the extremely intense light blinded countless cultivators on the cloud plane. Even godhood cultivators struggled to open their eyes. As a matter of fact, even some infinite primes experienced a piercing pain in their eyes. They did not dare to look at the sky with their naked eyes. Just the light alone was already so terrifying, not to mention the terrifying heat that was transmitted at the same time. Under the high temperature, countless low-level martial artists fled for their lives, searching for various caves and places to hide. Many plants withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, their life withering away. This was Su Zhiping's blazing sun laws. He could transform his body into a sun, but it was even more terrifying than the real sun in the vast cosmos. "Martial Soul Mountain, let's see how long you can last under my laws of the sun," Su Zhiping's voice rang out from the dazzling light. In the next moment, his sun immediately swelled up, becoming the size of a planet. It directly enveloped the mountain soul. Immediately, the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain vanished. It was enveloped by the planet-sized sun condensed from Su Jiping's laws of the sun. The sun was like a prison, firmly trapping the martial soul mountain. Inside, the laws of the sun surged as if the laws had already materialized, turning into the flames of the sun. They possessed a terrifying power that could incinerate space, constantly burning the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain. Su Jiping sat within the huge sun, as he used his comprehension of the laws of the sun to constantly condense the power of the sun to make up for the consumption of the sun. Su Jiping was unable to forcefully smash through the defenses of the mountain soul, so he could only use this method to increase the consumption of the martial soul mountain's energy so that he could get out of the formation. In other words, he wanted to interfere with the martial soul array of the martial soul lineage. However, Su Jiping's method did not affect the interior of the mountain soul at all. The extremely intense light and the terrifying temperature that could incinerate space did not reach the interior of the mountain soul. All the light and all the heat were blocked by the energy barrier of the mountain soul. They were unable to pass through it at all. However, Su Jiping's actions had indeed caused tremendous consumption to the power of the mountain soul. On the other side, the ancestor of the Mid-Heaven clan, Huang Fu Gi, had already begun fighting Hun Zong. Huang Fu Gi comprehended the laws of slaughter, so every single move he used was filled with the power of slaughter. It was devastating and extremely powerful, so his battle against Hun Zong was extremely intense. The martial soul lineage can't even fend for themselves. This is the perfect opportunity to destroy the righteous alliance. Open up the formations. Everyone attack. Just as the experts from the Desolate Plain and the martial soul lineage were locked in battle, the Four Symbols Alliance that could only defend passively before used this rare opportunity to launch a counterattack. Immediately, the protective formations of the Four Symbols Alliance opened up, and all the experts gathered inside charged out with great vigor. They began fighting against the three clans of the Righteous Alliance. The five Grand Primes, the Gentle Breeze Ancestor, Gongji Wu Lu, Changfeng Yun, and He Dao, trapped Tong Wuming, Lian Wuji, and Zhou Dao as soon as possible. They all used their full strength to surround and kill the three experts of the Righteous Alliance. Immediately, the Righteous Alliance completely lost the upper hand. Tong Wuming, Lian Wuji, and Zhou Dao were not the opponents of the five Grand Primes of the Four Symbols Alliance at all. Not only did the Four Symbols Alliance possess a numerical advantage, but they also had experts like the Gentle Breeze Ancestor. The two sides had only clashed for a while, but Tong Wuming, Lian Wuji, and Zhou Dao were all injured to varying degrees. As for the forces that belonged to the three organizations, they suffered heavy casualties. Formations were ripped apart one after another, and the disciples of the Tong family, Fire God clan, and Cosmic sect all died without their limbs intact. The scales of victory had already tipped towards the Four Symbols Alliance. After all, without the God's Fallen clan, the Taoist sect of Emergence, and the Heaven-shaking sect, the Righteous Alliance was unable to rival the Four Symbols Alliance in terms of peak strength or intermediate strength. Retreat! Retreat! Tong Wuming, Zhou Dao, and Lian Wuji ordered a retreat in a hurry. Without the assistance of the martial soul lineage, they were no longer the Four Symbols Alliance's opponent. Zhou Dao, my Taoist sect of Emergence was destroyed by you. You killed so many of my disciples, so how can I let you escape today? The ancestor of the Taoist sect of Emergence, He Dao, gnashed his teeth. His eyes shone with hatred as he pierced Zhou Dao's chest with his sword, causing him to vomit blood. At the same time, there was a flash of light. Wu Lu struck out and severed Zhou Dao's right arm with a single stroke. His blood sprayed into the air. Zhou Dao was the weakest out of the three experts of the Righteous Alliance. He was only a first heavenly layer Grand Prime, so he struggled to last for very long against He Dao, who was also at the first heavenly layer, and Wu Lu, who was at the second heavenly layer. Zhou Dao was pale. He was defeated along the way and began to flee to the southern region. Chapter 2688. As Tong Wuming, Zhou Zhidao, and Lian Wuji retreated in defeat, all the elites they had brought with them suffered heavy casualties as well. They were constantly pushed back by the powerful attacks of the Four Symbols Alliance. In such a short amount of time, primordial realm experts had already died, and it was not just one of them. This was because the Four Symbols Alliance had mobilized all their forces. They did not hold back at all. Not only were there godhood elites and primordial realm experts, but even origin realm and sainthood experts had taken part in the battle. Although their individual strengths were weak, when they formed a large formation, they were able to unleash a realm far beyond their own strength. As a result, the cultivators that surged out of the Four Symbols Alliance's formations seemed to blot out the surroundings. There were probably 2 or 3 million people. On the other hand, the Righteous Alliance had not expected experts from the desolate plain to be killed. In order to reduce their casualties, they had only brought their elites this time. They were all at godhood. Even with the 3 organizations combined, they only had around 200,000 people. They were naturally at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, even the number of godhood cultivators and primordial realm experts paled in comparison to the Four Symbols Alliance. If the martial soul lineage had not been tied down, they would have been more than enough to deal with the Four Symbols Alliance. However, the martial soul lineage struggled to even fend for themselves, so they were unable to provide any assistance. The Righteous Alliance's strength had plummeted after the internal strife, so it was impossible for them to be the Four Symbols Alliance's opponent. Great Elder! At this moment, a sorrowful cry rang out. A great elder from the Righteous Alliance's side had his head blown up with a single punch. His soul did not even manage to escape, directly dispersing. The people who killed him were 2 chaotic primes from the Four Symbols Alliance. Working together, they successfully killed a person in that short amount of time. At the same time, Lian Wuji bellowed out furiously as he retreated. His voice was filled with grief. This was because the dead chaotic prime was a great elder of the Fire God clan. Every single loss of an expert at that level was a heavy blow to the peak clans of the Cloud Plain. Everyone, use your full strength. Don't hold back in the slightest. Kill them all! An aged voice rang out. It was gnashing its teeth, and there was undisguised anger and killing intent. A chaotic prime great elder of the Four Symbols Alliance called out. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with cruelty. During this period of time, the Four Symbols Alliance could only hide within the protective formation and wait for death under the combined pressure of the Righteous Alliance and the martial soul lineage. They did not dare to take a single step out of the protective formation, as doing so would mean death. As a result, everyone from the Four Symbols Alliance was extremely cowardly. They were either filled with deep humiliation or the fear of death. Now that the situation had reversed, they, who had sunk into the darkness of death, finally saw a trace of the dawn of victory. Thus, all of them naturally cherished this opportunity. Each and every one of them used their full strength to continuously expand this hard-won dawn of victory. In comparison, the Four Symbols Alliance's side had basically unleashed their full strength to the fullest. On the other hand, the Righteous Alliance's morale plummeted. They fought as they fled. Their casualties rapidly increased. Ha 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 ha, Emperor Shi, it looks like the Righteous Alliance's situation is bad. They've actually begun to flee. They're actually not the Four Symbols Alliance's opponent. The Blood Emperor said excitedly from the Imperial Palace of the Blood Sun Empire. He was so excited that he almost danced with joy. The Righteous Alliance seems to have lost chaotic primes. The battle is just too intense. It's basically a battle to the death between the 2 alliances. Emperor Shi, it's best if you don't take part in a battle of this level, said the Blood Emperor. He seemed like he was trying to persuade him, but his words were filled with mockery. Emperor Shi said nothing. He took a step and vanished in a single instance, leaving the Blood Sun Empire. Afterwards, He crossed the southern region with his speed as a chaotic prime and returned to the Shi dynasty. The other two chaotic primes of the Shi dynasty, Shi Haoshuan and Shi Haoming, had emerged from seclusion long ago. They gathered together sternly. Emperor Shi directly appeared before Shi Haoshuan and Shi Haoming. He was also stern. Xiun, you're the emperor of the Shi dynasty. What do you think about this? Shi Haoshuan asked sternly. Not only was he the ancestral emperor and ancestor of the Shi dynasty, but he was also Emperor Shi's father. Pass down the emperor's orders. Sound the war drums and gather all the experts of the Shi dynasty. Prepare all the armies for war. Order all the organizations and sects in the Shi dynasty to immediately dispatch experts to the imperial capital. Order all the ancient empires and divine kingdoms in the northern region to immediately dispatch experts to the imperial capital. As soon as Emperor Shi returned, he passed down one order after another as the emperor of the Shi dynasty. Every single order was an imperial edict, and they were passed down as quickly as possible. Not only did they reach all the organizations in the Shi dynasty, but even the ancient empires that did not belong to the Shi dynasty received Emperor Shi's edict. Immediately, the entire northern region was thrown into an uproar. Emperor Shi had demonstrated his strength through action. He planned on gathering the forces of the entire northern region to fend off the enemy with the Righteous Alliance. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Zihao Empire, another eternal empire, Emperor Shi passed down the same order as Emperor Shi. The entire eastern region was immediately thrown into an uproar. The three chaotic prime ancestors of the Zihao Empire all emerged from seclusion as well. They were extremely stern as they said sternly, "We can't back down at a time like this. The only thing we can do is face the enemy courageously and assist the Righteous Alliance against the Four Symbols Alliance. Once the Righteous Alliance is defeated or destroyed, our Zihao Empire will suffer a horrible fate. Our Zihao Empire is bound to the Righteous Alliance for better or worse." Two ancestral emperors stood on the top of the imperial palace of the Jinjian Empire in the western region of the Cloud Plain. They stared at the southern region of the Cloud Plain deeply. Ancestral emperors, should we gather the experts to assist them? The emperor of the Jinjian Empire stood beside the two ancestral emperors politely as he asked carefully. "There's no need to hurry. The Righteous Alliance is already at a disadvantage. If nothing unexpected happens, defeat is inevitable. The martial soul lineage has encountered powerful enemies as well, so they can't even protect themselves. This time, the situation on the Cloud Plain will probably undergo an overwhelming change. If we stand on the wrong side, we'll face destruction." Chapter 2689. It was also at this moment that apart from the southern region of the Cloud Plain, the eastern, northern, and western regions all made their decisions. As powerful empires that could reign over an entire region, their decisions could affect all the organizations of various sizes in the region. Under the calls of the Shi Empire and the Zihao Empire, the northern and eastern regions had all been mobilized. They were gathering their forces in preparation for the battle against the Four Symbols Alliance. The Jinjian Empire of the western region made a different decision. As a member of the Righteous Alliance, they chose to remain silent. They did not take any action at all. In outer space, the sun that Su Zhiping had conjured with the laws of the sun radiated with intense light and terrifying heat. His influence on the Cloud Plain rapidly weakened as well. This was because the location of the battle in outer space was constantly changing. It was constantly moving away from the Cloud Plain. Once it reached a certain distance, the threat that the laws of the sun posed to the Cloud Plain would naturally decrease. At this moment, Su Zhiping sat in the huge sun condensed from the laws of the sun. He stared at the mountain soul of the Martial Soul Mountain without blinking at all. As time went on, he gradually frowned. Just how much energy does the Martial Soul Mountain still have? It hasn't weakened at all under the constant attacks of my laws of the sun, thought Su Zhiping. Su Zhiping thought. He remained silent for a while before looking at Gong Sun-ji, who was being toyed around by Yu Chao. He called out, "Hall Master, don't tangle with him anymore. The difference in cultivation between the two of you is too great. If he doesn't want to fight you, you won't be able to catch up to him. I've already trapped the Martial Soul Mountain, so come to me quickly. Use your Protector Sword to attack the Martial Soul Mountain. The Martial Soul Mountain definitely won't last much longer with the power of the Protector Sword." Gong Sun-ji's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Su Jiping's message. He immediately abandoned Yu Chao and flew towards the Martial Soul Mountain. In the distance, Yu Chao hovered in outer space. He looked at Gong Sun-ji, who flew towards the Martial Soul Mountain, and immediately guessed Gong Sun-ji's intentions. His face suddenly changed. Oh no, he's going to attack the Mountain Soul. With the power of the Protector Sword, the threat the Mountain Soul poses is even greater than Su Jiping and Sha Yun. The Mountain Soul probably won't last much longer. Yu Chao's heart sank. He immediately pursued Gong Sun-ji in an attempt to stop him from approaching the Mountain Soul. "Haha, Yu Chao, weren't you pretty good at running away before? You didn't even have the courage to come in contact with me. Now that you know I'm going to attack the Martial Soul Mountain, you've finally begun to panic. However, it's useless even if you panic. Once I destroy your Martial Soul Mountain and end your so-called Martial Soul Array, your Martial Soul lineage will be no more than lambs in my hands." Gong Sun-ji laughed aloud. He completely ignored Yu Chao's harassment and attacks. He used the power of the Protector Sword to protect himself, making him invulnerable. He approached the Martial Soul Mountain with lightning speed. Yu Chao's face was ugly. He had struck out several times, but he was unable to harm Gong Sun-ji, who was protected by the power of the Protector Sword. As a ninth heavenly layer chaotic prime of the Martial Soul lineage, there was nothing he could do to Gong Sun-ji. "So what if you have a Protector Sword? You're just a divine king in the end," Yu Chao snorted coldly. Yu Chao snorted coldly and attacked again all of a sudden. Terrifying energy boiled in the void as he threw a punch at the void before Gong Sun-ji. Immediately, the space collapsed, and a huge crack appeared in front of Gong Sun-ji. Gong Sun-ji's expression changed slightly, and he immediately came to a halt. He looked at the crack before him through the screen of light, and when he saw the temporal vortex rampaging within, he could not help but feel some fear from the bottom of his heart. Those are temporal vortices. They're the most terrifying things in spatial cracks. I heard that millions or even billions of years can pass in a single instance if you fall into them. It's also possible to rewind by millions of years in the blink of an eye. Let alone millions of years, even if I rewind by 100,000 years, would I still be alive? Gong Sun-ji shivered inside as he stared at the temporal vortices. He had not even been born 100,000 years ago. Without any hesitation, Gong Sun-ji immediately retreated, distancing himself from the spatial crack to prevent himself from falling in. Yu Chao clearly wanted to use this method to trap Gong Sun-ji. He kept throwing punches from afar. Every punch was a few meters away, and every punch was shockingly powerful. They broke the void and created spatial cracks around Gong Sun-ji. For a moment, Gong Sun-ji was stuck. He felt instinctive fear towards the temporal vortices wreaking havoc in the spatial crack. He did not dare to set foot in them at all. This was because he was not confident that his Protector Sword could withstand the corrosion of the temporal vortices. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort rang out. A powerful streak of light shot over from the direction of the Martial Soul Mountain. It shone so brightly that it illuminated the galaxy, directly landing on Yu Chao. Suddenly, Yu Chao let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. His chest was pierced through, and a bowl-sized hole appeared. At the same time, a bridge of light condensed from the laws of the sun arrived beneath Gong Sun-ji's feet. It flickered with golden light as it burned with the flames of the sun. "Leader, step on it. I'll bring you over," Su Jiping's voice rang out in Gong Sun-ji's head. Gongsun Ji hesitated slightly as he stared at the flames of the sun on the golden bridge. He glanced at the protector sword in his hand before gritting his teeth in the end. He stepped on it. Afterwards, the golden bridge began to close. Gongsun Ji stood on the golden bridge, rapidly approaching the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain. During this time, Hun Zong tried to stop Gongsun Ji from approaching the martial soul mountain. However, Huang Fu Gi firmly kept him busy, preventing him from breaking free. In the end, Gongsun Ji arrived before the martial soul mountain very soon under Su Jiping's guidance. He directly entered the huge sun condensed from the laws of the sun. Quick, attack the martial soul mountain with your full strength. Su Jiping stood beside Gongsun Ji and said sternly. Gongsun Ji nodded. He stared at the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain that hovered before him as uncontainable excitement filled his heart. In the past, even glancing at the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain was a luxury for Gongsun Ji, let alone standing before it. This was because even as a lord of a peak in the Radiant Saint Hall, he did not possess the right to do so. All the successors of the martial soul lineage were undefeatable existences in his eyes. In particular, Hun Zong, Chu Jian, and Yu Chao were unreachable, lofty mountains in his eyes. Yet now, not only was he standing before the martial soul mountain at such a close distance, but he even wanted to destroy the martial soul mountain personally. Gongsun Ji struggled to remain calm after such a drastic change. From today onwards, the martial soul lineage will no longer be the greatest enemy of our Radiant Saint Hall because they no longer possess the right, Gongsun Ji said slowly. Gongsun Ji said slowly. He raised his protector sword and directly swung it towards the mountain soul with astonishing power. Boom! There was a deafening boom. The might of Godslayer's sword had far surpassed Su Jiping's. The terrifying sword light struck the mountain soul, and it immediately caused the protective barrier to tremble violently. The light flickered. As a matter of fact, even the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain shook from the strike. So strong! The power of this sword has already reached the level of the 5th layer of the heavens. It might even be close to the 6th layer of the heavens. Su Jiping, who was standing at the side, was secretly shocked. The power of the Godslayer sword shook his heart. And that's because Gongsun Ji's cultivation isn't high enough. If he possessed Xianzhan's strength, the protector sword would probably be even more terrifying in his hands. He might even be able to smash through the barrier with a single strike, thought Su Jiping. As a result, his desire for the protector sword became even greater. Even if he could not use the protector sword, his Su family's name would shake up the saint's world if a member of his clan could wield it. Sha Yun, stop attacking. Work with me to restrain the martial soul mountain and prevent it from escaping. Leave the rest to the leader, said Su Jiping. Chapter 2690. Deafening booms constantly rang out from outer space. The terrifying sound waves wreaked havoc in outer space with devastating shock waves, crushing the space there to pieces. Gongsun Ji wielded Godslayer's sword as he shone with bright light. He constantly attacked the mountain soul of the martial soul mountain. Whenever he swung down, he would slice apart the surroundings and shatter space. The power was extremely shocking. Under Su Jiping and Sha Yun's combined efforts, the mountain soul seemed to have become bogged down. Its movements became extremely sluggish, unable to dodge Gongsun Ji's attacks at all. As a result, the mountain soul could only use the barrier of energy it created to block Gongsun Ji's vicious attack. The mountain soul can't last much longer. The protector swords of the Radiant Saint Hall are just too powerful, Chu Jian said sternly as he maintained the martial soul array on the martial soul mountain. He was extremely stern. The danger their martial soul lineage faced this time was much more intense than when they were on the desolate plain. All of this was because of the protector swords of the Radiant Saint Hall. The protector swords were just too powerful. In particular, Godslayer's sword had clearly not unleashed its full power in Gongsun-ji's hands, yet its attacks were no weaker than the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance's. A figure shot over with lightning speed from outside the mountain soul. He moved extremely quickly, directly heading towards the mountain soul. He was Yu Chao. Originally, he was responsible for keeping Gongsun-ji busy. Now that Gongsun-ji was focused on attacking the Martial Soul Mountain, he had lost his opponent as well. He could only return to the mountain soul. Su Zhiping and Sha Yun naturally discovered Yu Chao's approach. A cold light immediately flashed through Sha Yun's eyes. He was just about to deal with Yu Chao. Ignore him. Focus on keeping the Martial Soul Mountain busy. Once we split up to deal with him, it's extremely likely that the Martial Soul lineage will find a secret technique to escape. If they really do escape, there'll be endless trouble in the future, Su Zhiping said sternly. Hearing this, Sha Yun immediately suppressed the impulse to make a move and sneered. That's right. Yu Chao took the risk to pass through our blockade at this time. It's very likely that he did it deliberately. His purpose is to lure us to deal with him. Right now, we're doing our best to keep the Martial Soul Mountain from escaping. If we really do disperse some of our power, even if it's just a tiny sliver, it's extremely likely for the Martial Soul lineage to seize the opportunity to escape. Yu Chao successfully returned to the Mountain Soul. His figure instantly appeared in front of Jianchen and the rest. At this moment, Yu Chao's face was pale and his body was covered in blood. In particular, there was a bowl-sized hole on his chest. The flesh around the wound had been burnt to a crisp by Su Zhiping's laws of the sun. Third senior brother, how are you? Seeing the wound on Yu Chao's chest, the people who were forming the martial spirit array changed their expressions and asked with concern. Third senior brother, were you injured by Su Zhiping? Jianchen looked at Yu Chao's wound. His expression was rather gloomy. He could clearly sense strands of extremely pure residual power of the laws of Sunday. With the residual power of the laws of the sun, Yu Chao's wounds were unable to heal at all. As a matter of fact, they would rapidly worsen, causing his wounds that were not particularly severe to become worse and worse. I'm fine. The matter at hand is to survive the current danger. Come, let's form the martial spirit array together. Let's see how much stronger first senior brother can become with the combined power of the 8 of us. Right now, we'll just have to see whether first senior brother can stop them or not. Yu Chao could not be bothered to deal with his wounds. As soon as he arrived, he immediately joined the martial spirit array. Immediately, the power of the martial spirit array became even greater with his participation. It had increased by far too much compared to when he was on the desolate plain. In the distance, Hun Zhang's mind shuddered as he fought against Huang Fu Gi. The moment Yu Chao joined the martial spirit array, he immediately felt his strength rapidly increase. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. His aura burst out like a torrential flood as he punched out. Clearly, he had used some kind of powerful secret technique with the punch. The fist shattered the galaxy and directly collided with Huang Fu Gi's spear condensed from the laws of slaughter with earth-shaking power. Boom! With a great boom, when Huang Fu Gi's spear of laws collided with Hun Zhang's fist, the spear of laws actually shattered, dispersing into fragments of laws in the surroundings. However, Hun Zhang's punch did not slow down at all. It continued towards Huang Fu Gi's face with an unstoppable force. Wherever it passed by, space would shatter like paper. Huang Fu Gi's face changed slightly, but he was fearless with his armor. The power of slaughter permeated his body, making him seem like a god of war. The laws of the world condensed in his hand as terrifying energy surged. He struck out with his palm with lightning speed. When the fist and palm collided, it was like two major worlds had collided. The great explosion and powerful ripples of energy seemed to split the universe in half. The sea of stars vanished, and the entire space became chaotic again. Huang Fu Gi's face immediately changed. He was knocked back by the violent storm of energy as his face reddened. With his cultivation as a peak fourth heavenly layer Grand Prime and his comprehension of the laws of slaughter, he had actually been knocked back by Hunzang's punch. This is the power of the fifth heavenly layer. Huang Fu Gi became stern. He was still able to match Hunzong in the past, but now, he was clearly at a disadvantage against Hunzong, who had reached the fifth heavenly layer. Moreover, what terrified him even more was that not only had Hunzang's strength increased, but even his martial soul force had strengthened. At this moment, the energy barrier of the mountain soul tottered under the attacks of the protector swords. The entire mountain soul shook violently on the brink of collapse. The mountain soul can't last much longer, thought Hunzong. Due to the martial soul array, he knew the mountain soul's situation like the back of his hand. Once the mountain soul's defenses were breached and the martial soul array was disrupted, the consequences would be unthinkable. As a result, he did not waste any more time with Huang Fu Gi. He immediately turned around and hurried towards the mountain soul. Hunzong, our battle still hasn't ended. Huang Fu Gi immediately stood in front of Hunzong, blocking his path. The light of laws danced around him. Clearly, he was prepared to keep Hunzong busy and prevent him from providing assistance. Huang Fu Gi, you're looking to die, said Hunzong coldly. In the next moment, martial soul force suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into an invisible sword. It passed through space and directly slashed towards Huang Fu Gi. At this critical moment, Hunzong could no longer care about the depletion of the power of his soul. He directly used the heaven-severing technique. Even as a peak fourth heavenly layer Grand Prime, Huang Fu Gi was unable to withstand martial soul force. The heaven-severing technique pierced through all of his defenses and landed firmly on his soul. Huang Fu Gi grunted. The heaven-severing technique was just too powerful. His soul actually began to collapse under the heaven-severing technique. The tearing pain immediately made him pale as a sheet. Hunzong had depleted half of the power of his soul after using the heaven-severing technique. Chapter 2691. After using the heaven-severing technique, Hunzang's face became rather pale as well. He seemed rather haggard. No one would feel good about consuming half the power of their soul in a single instance. However, the effects of this sacrifice were extremely startling. Huang Fu Gi, who had endured an attack from the heaven-severing technique, held his head with his hands as he constantly staggered backwards with a painful grunt. His face was sheet white. Furthermore, there were 2 lines of blood flowing from his eyes. 2 lines of blood flowed from his pale face. This scene was rather eerie. At that moment, Huang Fu Gi was no longer able to fight. His soul was heavily injured, so he had temporarily lost his senses of the outside world. Hunzong glanced past Huang Fu Gi coldly. He felt some pity and reluctance to accept this. This was because killing Huang Fu Gi was not difficult in his current state, but it would take some time. However, the mountain soul was in danger right now. Once the mountain soul's defenses were breached, the martial soul array would definitely be disrupted by Su Jiping and the others. They would not have enough time to kill Huang Fu Gi. Swish! With a single movement, Hunzong vanished in a single instance. He hurried towards the mountain soul as quickly as he could. Boom! 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 The rumbles from the mountain soul never stopped. They seemed to become more and more hurried and frequent. Gong Sun Ji wielded Godslayer's sword as if it possessed endless power. He swung it at the mountain soul as hard as he could, moving faster and faster. The mountain soul shook violently as the protective barrier trembled violently. It showed signs of shattering. Clearly, the mountain soul could not last much longer. The martial soul mountain can't last much longer. Leader, go faster. Su Jiping called out as he trapped the mountain soul with the laws of the sun. However, he did not seem happy at all. Instead, he became extremely stern, and his voice became rather hurried. He had been paying attention to the battle between Huang Fu Gi and Hun Zong at all times. He had clearly seen Huang Fu Gi instantly become heavily injured, which filled him with fear or even dread towards the heaven-severing technique of the martial soul lineage. This was because he was on par with Huang Fu Gi in terms of strength, yet even Huang Fu Gi had suffered such a fate. If he had been struck by the same secret technique, he definitely would not have fared any better. As a result, he could not help but become rather worried when he sensed Hun Zong hurrying over. Today, Su Zhiping had already completely offended the martial soul lineage. Once the martial soul lineage escaped, their Su family would face endless vengeance from the martial soul lineage. It would definitely be a disaster for the Su family. Gongsun Ji's sword. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly cut open his palms and dripped his blood on Godslayer's sword. He suddenly cut open his hands, and he cut open his blood on Godslayer's sword. Immediately, Godslayer's sword trembled gently and produced a deep thrum. It was as if a slumbering sword spirit had awakened from its slumber under the stimulation of Gongsun Ji's blood. At the same time, a destructive power even more powerful than before suddenly erupted from Godslayer's sword. As the terrifying energy surged, it seemed to form an extremely blurry figure. With the appearance of the blurry figure, Godslayer's sword seemed to gain a certain charm. It made the sword seem like it had turned from a dead object into a living thing with a sliver of life. At the same time, Su Zhiping's eyes narrowed. He stared at the blurry figure on Godslayer's sword that was completely drawn from boiling energy. A strange light appeared in his eyes. I can actually sense the presence of life from this sword. It looks like protector swords aren't as simple as I imagine them to be. Su Zhiping was secretly surprised. However, due to Gongsun Ji's strength, he failed to notice this at all. He roared out furiously as he gripped the hilt with both hands. The energy around him surged as he controlled the strengthened Godslayer's sword to strike the mountain soul again. With a loud rumble, the mountain soul's defensive barrier caved in from the Godslayer sword's slash. The area where the Godslayer sword attacked continuously produced cracking sounds as cracks appeared one after another. Very soon, the power of the strike was depleted. It was only a little away from shattering the mountain soul's defenses. Ha 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 ha, martial soul lineage, I'd like to see how you block my next attack, Gongsun Ji laughed aloud. Through Godslayer's sword, he clearly knew that the defenses of the martial soul mountain had reached their limits. He did not hesitate at all. Madness burned in his eyes as he raised Godslayer's sword high up once again. His hands trembled as he gripped the hilt. Essence blood constantly flowed out from the wounds on his hands, being absorbed by Godslayer's sword through the hilt in exchange for even greater power. Every strike from Godslayer's sword would burn away quite a lot of Gongsun Ji's essence blood. It was equivalent to fighting with his life on the line. With Gongsun Ji's current strength, he could only use a few attacks. As Gongsun Ji struck out, the blurry figure appeared on Godslayer's sword once again. It was connected to Godslayer's sword, and the two of them seemed to have completely fused together. It was the sword, and the sword was it. However, it was just too blurry. All that could be seen was a rough outline. Whether it was its facial features or limbs, it was very easy to mistake it for a ball of chaotic energy if one did not pay close attention. Gongsun Ji trembled even more. His face also paled. He had already lost a third of his essence blood. He was heavily injured. However, his face was filled with both madness and excitement. Gripping the sword with both hands, he suddenly swung it. Godslayer's sword erupted with devastating power, cleaving through the galaxy and directly stabbing towards the mountain soul like a sword of judgment. Arg! At the same time, Hun Zong bellowed out furiously. His presence was shocking as he charged towards Godslayer's sword. In a single moment, he arrived right in front of Godslayer's sword. All the power in his body immediately surged out, forming a huge shield in front of Godslayer's sword. Behind him was the mountain soul. With the Mountain Soul's current condition, it definitely could not endure the attack. Boom! With a great sound, the shield that Hun Zong condensed from all the power in his body was as fragile as tofu before Godslayer's sword. It was shattered by Godslayer's sword, while Godslayer's sword continued onwards without slowing down at all. The powerful streak of light directly passed through Hun Zhang's body. Hun Zhang's chest had been cleaved in half by the streak of light. Even the medium-quality god artifact armor on him had been cleaved in half. At the same time, the 7 people who were in the middle of forming the martial spirit array on the Mountain Soul turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. They had fused with Hun Zong through the martial soul array. Now that Hun Zong was heavily injured, they were affected as well. First senior brother. The 5th senior sister, Su Qi, cried out. She paled in fright. The expressions of Chu Jian, Yu Chao, Yun Ziding, Bai Rufeng, and Aoyama changed drastically as well. Boom! At the same time, a deafening rumble rang out. The resplendent streak of light from Godslayer's sword landed on the Mountain Soul. The Mountain Soul's protective barrier finally collapsed, shattering under Godslayer's sword. Chapter 2692. Without the protection of the Mountain Soul, the 7 of them immediately faced danger as they stood in the martial soul array on the Mountain Soul. As the martial soul array could not be disturbed, all their strength and vital energies were gathered on Hun Zong when they were in the martial soul array. As a result, they were unable to use their own strength before the martial soul array was dispelled. However, once the martial soul array was stopped, they would no longer have any power to fend off Sha Yun and Su Jiping. However, even though they had basically reached the end of the road, the 7 successors of the martial soul lineage did not show any despair at all. It was as if the crisis they were facing wasn't enough to threaten their lives. Ha 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 ha, I've finally shattered the turtle shell that protected you. Without the protection of the turtle shell, you're just grasshoppers struggling on the brink of death in my eyes. Today, the legend of the martial soul lineage will be destroyed in my hand. The greatest enemy of the Radiant Saint Hall will be ended in my hands. Killing you will make me the greatest contributor to the Radiant Saint Hall in all these years. That's because I've completed the long-cherished wish of all the past leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall. At the same time, I've avenged all the hallowed Saint Masters who died to your hands in the past few years. Gongsun Ji gripped Godslayer's sword. Even though Godslayer's sword had drained him of his essence blood twice, he did not care about his body right now. He looked at the 7 successors of the martial soul lineage, who could only wait for death on the martial soul mountain viciously. He was extremely excited. I, Gongsun Ji, am fated to become the wisest leader of the Radiant Saint Hall in all these years. The Radiant Saint Hall will definitely shine brightly in my hands. Gongsun Ji laughed aloud. His laughter was filled with arrogance. The martial soul lineage renowned across the saints' world was about to be destroyed under his lead today. This allowed Gongsun Ji to gain an even clearer understanding of just how shocking his current strength was. This filled him with confidence and made him feel invincible. Most importantly, the method of the exalted saint was about to return to him. Once he grasped the method of the exalted saint, Gongsun Ji was confident that he would become a supreme figure who stood at the apex of the saints' world. We have no choice but to use our last resort. On the Mountain Soul, Chu Jian stared at the wildly laughing Gongsun Ji and said in a low voice. His voice rang through the heads of the other members of the martial soul lineage, making them all stern. Jianshan's heart also sank. He naturally knew what this so-called final move meant. The final move was the final life-saving trump card of the martial soul lineage. This move would make all the power in the Mountain Soul self-destruct. In this earth-shaking explosion, all the members of the martial soul lineage would lose their bodies. They would lose everything they wore, including space rings and god artifacts. In the end, only their souls would survive. When the Mountain Soul self-destructed, there would be a mysterious power that only belonged to the martial soul lineage. It would protect their souls, sending them into the true martial soul mountain immediately so that their souls would not be destroyed. As long as their souls were not destroyed, they would not die. They only needed to spend some time reconstructing their bodies, and they would return to how they were before. Now that they were at the end of the line, this seemed to be the only path before them. Seniors, the price of using this move is just too great. However, I still have a trump card that might be able to break out of this predicament, Jianchen said. He could not leave at all, as he was not alone. He still had many old friends and close friends in the southern region of the Cloud Plain. If he really did use the final move to leave, the Tianyuan family would definitely face destruction. With that, an extremely shocking sword qi immediately radiated from Jianchen. At the same time, his eyes lost their original color. One of his sword-like shoulders had become a dazzling violet, while the other had become a deep azure. The two eyes flickered with violet and azure light, making Jianchen seem evil at that moment. This was the power of the sword spirit. Jianchen had already summoned them, ready to fuse the swords. He was already at the end of the line. Even if he had to expose his identity, he would not hesitate to do it. Just as Jianchen was about to fuse the swords, the heartless child who sat on the roof of a building in the imperial capital of the Blood Sun Empire slowly stood up as well. His eyes pierced through space and directly stared at the mountain soul. The fate of the martial soul lineage has nothing to do with our myriad bone guild. However, Jianchen is an extremely important figure. He can't die here. It looks like it's time for me to do something, the heartless child murmured. The heartless child murmured softly. He seemed to be slightly unsatisfied. It was as if the battle from the beginning to the end had been a play to him. It was a fascinating performance. Now that the performance was about to come to an end, he felt rather regretful. Hunzong is the strongest expert of the martial soul lineage. I'll kill Hunzong first before dealing with you slowly, Gong Sunji laughed out loud. He stared at Hunzong, who had already been cut in half. He raised Godslayer's sword high into the air and swung it at Hunzong without any hesitation. Stop! First senior brother! Cries rang out from the mountain soul. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Killing intent surged in Jianchen's eyes, and he immediately fused the twin swords faster. At the same time, the heartless child slowly raised his hand in the southern region of the Cloud Plain. He aimed his hand at the space where Gong Sunji stood. Just when he was about to take action, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he became surprised. He murmured, Why has she come? As the heartless child spoke, a huge crack silently appeared in the space before Gong Sunji. The crack seemed to split the world, creating two different worlds where Gong Sunji and Hunzong stood. In the end, Gong Sunji's sword struck the spatial crack with tremendous might, kicking up a huge ripple. However, Hunzong was completely unscathed. The laws of space. Who is it? The expressions of Su Zhiping and Sha Yun changed slightly as they restrained the mountain soul. They both called out. The two of them were afraid that something unexpected would happen when they destroyed the martial soul lineage this time. The appearance of the spatial crack made their hearts tighten. All of a sudden, Su Zhiping and Sha Yun both touched their faces. Looking at the water droplets on their palms that came out of nowhere, both of them were stunned. Water? No, it's rain. Where did the rain come from? Su Zhiping was surprised. He was in outer space right now, so how could there be rain? It's raining. At the same time, Gong Sunji no longer cared about the spatial crack that had suddenly appeared. Instead, he stared at the vast space above him that he had lost his sense of direction. He was completely stunned. He could clearly see a large swathe of rain that came out of nowhere. It actually fell from the empty space above his head, watering the starry sky. Chapter 2693. A sliver of confusion appeared on Gong Sunji's face. He stared at the pouring rain in outer space and became surprised and doubtful. For a moment, he no longer paid any attention to Hunzong. On the other hand, Su Zhiping and Sha Yun were extremely stern. They had already realized that their worries had finally come to pass. The destruction of the martial soul lineage had still led to some unforeseen events that they did not wish to see. This was because with their cultivation, it was impossible for them to not understand that the sudden rain was the handiwork of a mysterious expert, a peak expert that they had yet to sense at all. Immediately afterwards, powerful senses of the soul erupted from Sha Yun and Su Zhiping. They were like primordial beasts as they spread out in all directions. They wanted to find the mysterious expert hiding in the dark. However, Sha Yun and Su Zhiping's faces changed very soon. They immediately became extremely stern. This was because the senses of their souls had been obstructed by a mysterious and powerful force. Even with the strength of their souls, they were unable to break through. "Oh no, we've been trapped!" Su Zhiping called out. His face became extremely ugly. He stared at the surroundings with a sunken face, only to see that all the starlight had vanished. A thick layer of dark clouds had formed a huge cage, trapping them inside. The thing that had obstructed the senses of their souls was the dark clouds. However, Su Zhiping and Sha Yun weren't naive enough to think that it was just a dark cloud. This was because there was a terrifying energy fluctuation hidden within the thick dark cloud that made them tremble in fear. "This is a formation. We've been trapped in a formation." Sha Yun's face darkened. He was the ancestor of the Divine Blade sect, one of the most powerful sects on the Desolate Plain. He was a renowned expert on the Desolate Plain, yet he had been trapped in a formation without a sound. This made him extremely furious. "Don't worry about that for now. Destroy the martial soul lineage immediately," Su Zhiping growled. Now that he had fallen out with the martial soul lineage, he probably would not be able to eat or sleep in peace as long as the martial soul lineage was not destroyed. Although he did not fear the revenge of the martial soul lineage, as he was alone, Su Zhiping's clan was great. His clan could not endure the bloody vengeance of the martial soul lineage. Sha Yun also realized the severity of the situation. Although he had no idea why the mysterious expert had suddenly cast down a formation to trap them, the most important matter right now was clearly to completely deal with the threat of the martial soul lineage. When he thought up to there, Sha Yun no longer hesitated. With a jolt of his blade, he directly swung it out with blade chi. He had only swung his blade casually, but the sharp and brutal blade chi split into 8, shooting towards the 8 successors of the martial soul lineage. Even though Sha Yun's attack was nowhere near as powerful as Godslayer's sword in Gongsun Ji's hand, Sha Yun's 8 strands of blade chi seemed to possess a mind of their own. Every single strand of blade chi locked onto a target's presence, preventing them from dodging or fleeing. It was unlike Gongsun Ji, who could not even catch a glimpse of his opponent. Su Zhiping also stared at Sha Yun's 8 strands of blade chi closely. He needed to restrain the mountain soul as much as he could to prevent the people of the martial soul lineage from escaping with it. As a result, he was unable to do anything at all. Their clash with the martial soul lineage would be decided here. "I hope the mysterious expert who cast down this formation has nothing to do with the martial soul lineage, or," Su Zhiping thought. As he watched the sharp blade chi rapidly approach him, he felt like his heart had risen to his throat. Crack! Suddenly, a shocking bolt of lightning exploded in the starry sky. The entire world abruptly lit up. Within the thick dark clouds, a series of huge bolts of lightning danced like dragons of light. With resplendent light that caused the world to pale in comparison, they struck Sha Yun's 8 strands of blade chi with indescribable speed, producing a series of muffled explosions. Sha Yun's 8 strands of astonishing blade chi immediately shattered before the lightning, dispersing into the surroundings. At the same time, the surging energy from the dispersing blade chi was completely absorbed by the formation. Su Zhiping, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, felt his heart skip a beat, and his expression became extremely unsightly. What he worried about the most still happened. The mysterious expert really did seem to have come for the martial soul lineage. At the same time, on the mountain soul, Chu Jian and the others, who were preparing to use their final move to escape, also raised their heads to look at the sky. Everyone's expressions were grave, and there was also some doubt mixed within. Isn't this? At the same time, Jianchen forcefully stopped the fusion of the two swords. He stared at the pouring rain and the churning clouds in the distance with a strange light in his eyes. He was extremely surprised and surprised. He had already recognized this great array and knew who had set it up. "May I ask who you are? Are you bold enough to show yourself?" Su Zhiping called out. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in the rain. He was surrounded by the power of the clouds and rain, so it was impossible to see his face clearly. All that could be seen was an extremely blurry figure. It was even impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman through the figure. He just hovered in the rain like that. He seemed to have fused with the rain, yet he also seemed to have fused with the space there. No one could sense his presence at all. Su Zhiping and Sha Yun's eyes narrowed. They both stared at the blurry figure as they became sterner and sterner. As Grand Primes, their senses were even clearer and more direct. From the blurry figure, the two of them felt like he had become the ruler of the world, where he could influence the laws and order of the world unknowingly. Suddenly, Su Zhiping's heart skipped a beat. He said sternly, "I know who you are. You're the Rain Abbess of the Cloudsurge Empire from the Delight Plain." "What? She's actually the Rain Abbess of the Delight Plain?" Sha Yun was surprised. He had heard quite a lot of rumors about the Rain Abbess. The Rain Abbess status on the Delight Plain was equivalent to the Celestial Sword Saint on the Desolate Plain. They were both supreme experts that no one could stand up to. They were extremely extraordinary, where they could overwhelm all the peak experts on the plain all by themselves. As a matter of fact, some people even placed the Rain Abbess of the Delight Plain on the same level as the Celestial Sword Saint of the Desolate Plain. Both Sha Yun and Su Zhiping could not help but gasp when they learnt that the person before them was the Rain Abbess. They became extremely cautious. "I don't want to bully you. You can leave," the Rain Abbess said. She spoke like she was in a superior position. She spoke with an unquestionable tone, as if she did not take Su Zhiping and the others seriously at all. "Rain Abbess, are you trying to protect the martial soul lineage?" Su Zhiping asked reluctantly. If they spared the martial soul lineage, it would be equivalent to causing endless trouble for their Su family. Chapter 2694. Su Zhiping and Sha Yun's expressions became extremely ugly when they heard the Rain Abbess' boss-like tone. There was also anger on their faces. The Rain Abbess was just too overbearing. The two of them were renowned figures on the Desolate Plain after all. Even though their cultivation was not as great as the Rain Abbess did not treat them seriously at all. She was actually looking down on them like she was superior. This made Su Zhiping and Sha Yun, who had always been high and mighty commanders in the Barren State and decided the situation and direction of the entire Barren State, feel extremely uncomfortable. "Brother Su, it looks like the Rain Abbess of the Delight Plain is determined to protect the martial soul lineage. What should we do?" The ancestor of the Divine Blade sect, Sha Yun, asked secretly. Extremely brutal Blade Chi revolved around him as he spoke extremely sternly. "Today's matter has resulted in a blood feud between us and the martial soul lineage. With how the martial soul lineage has always acted, they'll definitely seek revenge in the future. Moreover, they have the martial soul mountain as a path of retreat. Once they're no match for us, they can instantly vanish with the martial soul mountain. What we used to trap them today won't work next time. As a result, if we don't completely destroy the martial soul lineage today, it's extremely likely that our Su family, the Mid-Heaven clan, and your Divine Blade sect will be wiped out in the future," Su Zhiping said sternly. The appearance of the Rain Abbess had placed him in a dilemma. Sha Yun sighed inside. He had never thought that the martial soul lineage would actually have an expert like the Rain Abbess behind them. If he had known earlier that the martial soul lineage was protected by the Rain Abbess, he would have never become an enemy of the martial soul lineage, even if he had to give up the protector sword of the Radiant Saint Hall. After hesitating, Sha Yun continued, "Why don't we discuss this with the Rain Abbess? As long as the martial soul lineage can let bygones be bygones and promise not to make trouble for us in the future, we won't become enemies with the martial soul lineage anymore," Sha Yun said sternly. In reality, there was no blood feud between the three organizations and the martial soul lineage. It was all because of Gong Sunji that they had become enemies with the martial soul lineage. Su Zhiping shook his head gently. "It's useless. Look at how the Rain Abbess is behaving. Does she seem like she wants to negotiate with us? Moreover, the successors of the martial soul lineage are all stubborn. They won't compromise." At this moment, Huang Fu-Gi returned to his senses after being heavily injured by Hun Zhang's heaven-severing technique. His face was sheet-white as blood constantly flowed from his orifices. He tottered over from afar. The Rain Abbess formation of cloud surge and rain flood covered an extremely large area. Even though Huang Fu-Gi was rather far away from the mountain soul, he was still within the range of the formation. Huang Fu-Gi stared at the hazy Rain Abbess with reddened eyes. He growled, "Rain Abbess, the Mid-Heaven clan, the Su family, the Divine Blade sect, and the Radiant Saint Hall have already worked together. They represent the most powerful organization on the Desolate Plain now. They can even represent the entire Desolate Plain. Offending an entire plain for the martial soul lineage is unwise. Moreover, the Delight Plain where the Rain Abbess resides doesn't seem to be peaceful either. I hope the Rain Abbess can consider this properly." Huang Fu-Gi understood the situation on the Delight Plain quite well. He knew that the Rain Abbess seemed to be interested in uniting the Delight Plain. Over 70% of the peak organizations on the Delight Plain had secretly worked together, preparing to fend off the Cloud Surge Empire. As a result, he directly mentioned the situation on the Delight Plain in hopes that the Rain Abbess would be restrained. Just a local organization on the Delight Plain was enough to keep the Cloud Surge Empire busy. If they offended a peak organization on the Desolate Plain as well, it would indeed be unwise. This was because the Cloud Surge Empire on the Delight Plain only possessed such great status because of the Rain Abbess. If the Rain Abbess was not included, the Cloud Surge Empire was even slightly inferior to their Mid-Heaven clan. This was because there was no other Mid-Grand Prime in the Cloud Surge Empire apart from the Rain Abbess. After saying that, Huang Fu-Gi stared at the Rain Abbess closely. He hoped that his words could influence the Rain Abbess so that she would back off. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. All that awaited him was a cold reply from the Rain Abbess. "You still have a few seconds left." The Rain Abbess did not say much. Her short words revealed her determination. She left no room for negotiation. At the same time, she did not take the peak organizations on the Desolate Plain seriously. She truly looked down on everything, not fearing the heavens or the earth. I want to destroy the martial soul lineage today. No one can stop me," Gong Sunji suddenly called out. Suddenly, Gong Sunji bellowed out. Godslayer's sword in his hand shone with dazzling light. Earth-shaking energy surged out of the sword. He was enveloped by light as he directly swung it at the Rain Abbess. He did not know who the Rain Abbess was, nor did he know how powerful the Rain Abbess was. However, with Godslayer's sword in hand and the protection of the sword, he did not fear any experts. He did not fear any threats. "I don't care who you are. Since you dare to stop me from destroying the martial soul lineage, I'll kill you first," Gong Sunji called out. Godslayer's sword shone brightly as surging energy erupted like a flood. He directly swung it towards the Rain Abbess. A vicious light immediately flashed through Su Zhiping's eyes when he saw Gong Sunji attack the Rain Abbess. If it was just him and Sha Yun, they naturally would not have the courage to draw their swords against the Rain Abbess. However, with Gong Sunji they might be able to try. Even though Gongsun Ji's personal cultivation was lacking, the power of Godslayer's sword could not be underestimated. Huang Fu Gi, let's work with Gongsun Ji to keep the Rain Abbess busy. Sha Yun, kill the martial soul lineage quickly, Su Jiping said to Huang Fu Gi and Sha Yun at the same time. With that, Su Jiping struck out without any hesitation at all. The dense laws of the sun around him directly turned into the flames of the sun, engulfing the Rain Abbess. He wanted to stop the Rain Abbess with that. Huang Fu Gi did not hesitate either. Even though his soul was heavily injured and his battle prowess had decreased, he could not care about anything else at a time like this. He forcefully struck out while his soul continued to worsen. Neither of them dared to let the martial soul lineage leave. If the martial soul lineage was not destroyed today, it was extremely likely for Huang Fu Gi's Mid-Heaven clan to perish in the future. Moreover, Huang Fu Gi truly understood the power of the martial soul lineage through this battle. Even when the martial soul lineage had hurried over, they had still managed to injure him to such a state. If they were given sufficient time to prepare, Huang Fu Gi's fate would probably not be as simple as having his soul heavily injured. Even he was reduced to such a state, so it went without saying for his Mid-Heaven clan. An illusionary river appeared above Huang Fu Gi's head. The water surged, producing huge waves. Terrifying and dense killing intent radiated from the river, obliterating space. This was Huang Fu Gi's most powerful secret technique. He used his comprehension of the way of slaughter to conjure a river of slaughter with the laws of the world. It crushed through space as it surged towards the Rain Abbess with an aura of slaughter that could destroy everything. As he used the secret technique, Huang Fu Gi could not help but vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. Clearly, using such a powerful secret technique in his current state had caused him great harm. Immediately, Gongsun Ji, Su Jiping, and Huang Fu Gi struck out together to fend off the Rain Abbess. Chapter 2695. Do you think you can cause trouble before me with your strength? You overestimate yourselves. The Rain Abbess was enveloped by the power of clouds and rain. Her figure was blurry, and her face was obscured. All that could be heard was her cold voice. The Rain Abbess seemed extremely composed against the combined attacks of Su Jiping, Huang Fu Gi, and Gongsun Ji. Her cold voice contained a sliver of disdain towards the three of them. As a matter of fact, even Sha Yun's attempt to kill the members of the martial soul lineage seemed foolish and laughable in the Rain Abbess' eyes. Kacha! Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded from the churning sea of clouds. A huge bolt of lightning emitted an intense light that illuminated the world. It was like a furious dragon that twisted its body, breaking through the restrictions of space and distance. In an instant, it rushed out of the sea of clouds and headed straight for the sand cloud. Countless tiny strands of electricity swam around the bolt of lightning. They were like dense hairs on the bolt of lightning. Every single strand of electricity was extremely terrifying. As they swam, space became riddled with cracks. The moment the bolt of lightning arrived, Sha Yun's face changed drastically. He became extremely stern. As a peak third heavenly layer Grand Prime, he was only a step away from the fourth heavenly layer. Regular bolts of lightning would not be able to harm him at all. However, the bolt of lightning before him possessed a destructive power that made him shiver in fear. The laws of lightning within it had completely surpassed his comprehension of the way of the blade in terms of comprehension. As a matter of fact, the bolt of lightning was not as simple as condensed from the energy of the world. Instead, it was an attack completely condensed from the laws of lightning. It was extremely powerful. The bolt of lightning moved too quickly. In a flash, it arrived before Sha Yun. Even with Sha Yun's profound cultivation, he was unable to dodge it. In that critical moment, Sha Yun decisively gave up on attacking the martial soul lineage. Instead, he swung his blade towards the bolt of lightning as hard as he could. The strike had condensed Sha Yun's extremely powerful and brutal will of the blade. It had even fused with Sha Yun's vital essence, so when he swung out, The blade intent that erupted surged out in all directions, crushing all the rain in the surroundings to pieces. However, while Sha Yun's blade was powerful, this bolt of lightning was even more powerful than his blade. When Sha Yun's blade came into contact with the bolt of lightning, not a single wave was created. Sha Yun's entire body, along with his blade, was completely swallowed up by the bolt of lightning. The only effect of his slash was to make the lightning slightly dimmer, but that was all. Ah! Amidst the dazzling lightning, Sha Yun's indescribable roar and shriek rang out. In the next moment, he was sent flying backward from the lightning. His face had turned pitch black, and he looked like a piece of charcoal. It was not just his face. Even his exposed skin had become pitch black. Even his god artifact armor had lost its luster. He gave off a pungent smell of burnt flesh. Sha Yun seemed to have lost all his strength after taking on the bolt of lightning. He gripped his blade as he lay in the air powerlessly. Lightning flickered on his charred body from time to time. Whenever it flickered, he would tremble uncontrollably. From the beginning to the end, the Rain Abyss had not even moved a finger, yet Sha Yun was heavily injured. At the same time, the Rain Abyss remained unfazed by Huang Fugi and Su Jiping's attack. However, two swords condensed from rainwater silently condensed on her left and right. Afterwards, they shot towards Su Jiping and Huang Fugi with lightning speed. Boom! With a great rumble, Su Jiping transformed into a sun. He burned with the golden flames of the sun, radiating with enough heat to incinerate space. However, before the Rain Abyss sword condensed from rainwater, he was as fragile as tofu. He was actually cleaved in half by the sword of rainwater. When the flames of the sun condensed from the laws of the sun came in contact with the sword of rainwater, not only did it fail to evaporate the rainwater, but it was extinguished instead. Spurt! Su Jiping vomited a mouthful of blood as his face changed drastically. He was heavily injured from a single strike. At the same time, the Rain Abyss' other sword of rain collided with Huang Fugi. The river of slaughter conjured from Huang Fugi's most powerful secret technique was nothing before the Rain Abyss sword. The river of slaughter was severed by the sword, gradually vanishing into thin air. Swish! However, the Rain Abyss sword of rain did not slow down at all. It continued on its way, passing by Huang Fugi's neck as a hazy streak of light under his shocked gaze. Boiling blood spurted out from Huang Fugi's neck like a fountain, sending his head high into the air. Huang Fugi had been beheaded in a single strike. Huang Fugi's eyes were filled with shock. Even though he knew the Rain Abyss was very powerful, he had never expected her to be so powerful. He was so weak before the Rain Abyss, even though he could basically reign supreme on the desolate plain. Even though he had been injured before, where his soul was heavily injured and he was no longer at his peak condition, he was still a fourth heavenly layer Grand Prime after all. It was impossible for him to be so weak that he would lose his head in a single clash. Su Jiping paled in fright when he saw Huang Fugi's head fall from his body. He ignored his wounds and arrived before Huang Fugi in a flash. He grabbed Huang Fugi's body with one hand and his head with the other as he quickly retreated far away. He reattached Huang Fugi's head. I heard that the Radiant Saint Hall has recently obtained a few protector swords. They are indeed very powerful, but in your hands, you've brought shame to their name. The Rain Abyss did not even glance at Su Jiping and Huang Fugi. She stared at Godslayer's sword with her eyes hidden in the mist. She shook her head gently and slowly raised a hand, reaching towards Godslayer's sword. When Godslayer's sword slashed down with destructive might, the Rain Abyss' slender hand grabbed the sword at the same time. Her slender fingers seemed to possess unbelievable power as they formed a claw, grabbing onto the two sides of the sword. The terrifying power within Godslayer's sword suddenly erupted. It was as violent as a tidal wave, but it failed to harm the Rain Abyss at all. This was because a power no weaker than Godslayer's sword had erupted from the Rain Abyss' hand. The two nullified each other and resisted each other. This was the collision of two extremely powerful forces. Even though it was soundless and devoid of any aura, the energy pressure it formed was world-shaking, causing Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi to be extremely shocked. The Rain Abbess is actually using Godslayer's sword. This. Huang Fu Gi's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw this after reattaching his head. Chapter 2696. Huang Fu Gi and Su Jiping's expressions became extremely ugly when they reached that conclusion. At that moment they had already realized that if the Rain Abbess did not let them leave, they would probably die here today. This was because the Rain Abbess had already fused with the formation. She was equivalent to the ruler of the world within the formation. Unless they could destroy the formation, it was impossible for them to escape. Even if they possessed some ancient and powerful escape techniques, they would be useless in the Rain Abbess formation. This was because the formation of Cloud Surge and Rainflood was no ordinary formation. Once the formation was complete, it was equivalent to creating a world of its own, completely separating it from the outside world. As for destroying the formation, let alone Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi, even if they worked together with Gongsun Ji, they would not be able to do it with the Rain Abbess' strength and the might she had displayed. Why, you can actually catch my Godslayer's sword with your bare hands? Gongsun Ji's shocked voice rang out from the bright light. He knew exactly how powerful Godslayer's sword was. He even knew the origins of Godslayer's sword. It was exactly because of that he was shocked by how the Rain Abbess was able to use his sword empty-handed. After all, this god-slaying sword was a weapon formed by the leader of the 9 retainers who had followed his ancestor in the past. His physical body, his cultivation, and all of his essence, chi, and spirit condensed into this god-slaying sword in his hand. According to the bits and pieces he heard from the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance, the leader of the 9 retainers in the past was a supreme expert who had reached the 9th heavenly layer of Grand Prime. Even though he was unable to unleash the full power of Godslayer's sword with his current cultivation, he believed that it was impossible for someone else to catch it with their bare hands so easily. Could it be that you think no one can stop you just because of this sword? The sword is very powerful, but it's a pity that the wielder is too weak, said the Rain Abbess. Her voice was filled with deep disdain. With that, the Rain Abbess extended her other hand from the power of clouds and rain, gently striking towards Gongsun Ji. Her palm strike seemed to be like a gentle breeze brushing past a willow tree. It did not contain the slightest bit of smoke or fire, nor did it contain the slightest bit of energy fluctuation. However, when she struck out with her palm, it gave the illusion that the entire space, or even the entire world, contained the power of this palm strike. It was as if what the Rain Abbess had struck out was not a single palm strike, but a strike from the entire world. Nearby, the expressions of Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi both changed. Their eyes immediately narrowed as they stared at the Rain Abbess' hand. As 4th heavenly layer Grand Primes, their senses were extremely sharp. They could sense the invisible power of destruction from the Rain Abbess' gentle hand. The power was so great that it shocked the two of them. When the Rain Abbess' hand landed on Gongsun Ji's protective light, the layer of light condensed from the power of Godslayer's sword seemed to suffer a heavy blow. The entire barrier caved in. It was also at this moment that a supreme power erupted from the Rain Abbess' seemingly powerless hand. It was as violent as a tsunami. Under the Rain Abbess' precise control, the power immediately condensed into a droplet of rain as Gongsun Ji's protective light caved in. It shot out like a sword with shocking power in an attempt to pierce Gongsun Ji's defenses. With Gongsun Ji's cultivation as a mere divine king, he would definitely die from the Rain Abbess' astonishing attack if he did not have the protection of his protective sword. Even the slightest ripple would be enough to kill him. Oh no, the Rain Abbess wants to kill Gongsun Ji. Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi's hearts immediately tightened when they saw this. They became worried. They did not care about Gongsun Ji's fate. What they truly cared about was Gongsun Ji's promise to them, which was to bestow the remaining protector swords in the Tower of Radiance to the juniors of their clans who had already become hallowed Saint Masters. If Gongsun Ji died here, everything they had done on the Cloud Plain this time would have been for nothing. The droplet of rain with astonishing power was like a sharp awl, causing Gongsun Ji's protective light to cave in. The powerful defenses that Gongsun Ji took pride in had actually been shaken by the rain abyss. Within the protective light, Gongsun Ji stared at the droplet of rain that gradually approached him. He sensed the astonishing power within the droplet of rain, and his face finally changed. He became extremely frightened. His heart had risen to his throat, and undisguised fear filled his eyes. The light is about to break. It's about to break. I don't know where this rain abyss came from. How is she so powerful? Hold on, hold on. You have to hold on. Godslayer's sword, you were the most powerful retainer under the ancestors' command in the past. You have to hold on, you have to hold on. Gongsun Ji lost his composure as he prayed inside. At this moment, he truly felt the threat of death. This made his heart tremble, and fear grew in his heart. Moreover, even Godslayer's sword had been firmly grabbed by the rain abyss, preventing Gongsun Ji from retrieving it. As a result, he could only watch as the protective light around Godslayer's sword was constantly suppressed. There was nothing he could do right now. The rain abyss presence continued to rise. The energy within her erupted violently, condensing into the droplet of rain, providing it with endless energy. Even the power of the formation of cloud surge and rain flood that had been cast down there had been added to it. In the end, not only did the droplet's energy not decrease during its stalemate with Gongsun Ji's barrier, but it instead became even more powerful. Su Jiping, Huang Fu Gi, and the others were basically ignored by the rain abyss. Instead, Gongsun Ji became the rain abyss' greatest target. However, the rain abyss was enveloped by the power of clouds and rain, so no one could see her face clearly. Otherwise, they would have discovered that her cold eyes were filled with killing intent. However, when only a thin layer of holy light remained around Gongsun Ji, an extremely ancient will seemed to slowly awaken from its slumber within the God-slaying sword. At that moment, Godslayer's sword in Gongsun Ji's hand seemed to suddenly become alive. It suddenly turned from an inanimate object into a living creature. With the awakening of the ancient will, Godslayer's sword suddenly shone brightly, becoming even more dazzling than the sun in a single instance. The barrier of light that had almost been destroyed by the rain abyss was filled with a tremendous amount of energy as well, rapidly stabilizing. At the same time, it slowly pushed back the droplet of water that possessed astonishing power. The protective light had returned to its original state. Moreover, its defenses were much more powerful than before. The awakening of the will did not increase the power of Godslayer's sword. It only provided it with greater protection. The rain abyss snorted coldly. With a thought, countless bolts of lightning immediately surged out from the formation of cloud surge and rain flood. Every single bolt of lightning was like a dragon. They moved together in a tremendous fashion, all striking Gongsun Ji's protective light. Chapter 2697. Gongsun Ji immediately calmed down when he saw how the rain abyss attack had failed to penetrate his defenses and had even strengthened the protective light. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the rain abyss was not as terrifying as he had imagined her to be. Ha 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 ha, rain abyss, you're not weak, but it's still nothing before my protective light. If you have what it takes, why don't you get through my protective light? Gongsun Ji laughed aloud. The strengthening of the protective light gave him great confidence. It made him even more certain that he was undefeatable no matter who he faced. Once his life was no longer in danger, his fear and dread for the rain abyss immediately plummeted before vanishing. Rain abyss, you better save your strength. You can't get through my protective light with your current strength. If you retreat right now and don't interfere with my grievances with the martial soul lineage, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will become my greatest enemy aside from the martial soul lineage. In the future, I will definitely pay a visit to your Cloud Surge Empire with the other protectors of our Radiant Saint Hall, Gong Sun Ji said loudly. He was in high spirits as he spoke arrogantly. He began to directly threaten the Rain Abbess. Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi's faces darkened when they heard what Gong Sun Ji had said. They both cursed Gong Sun Ji inside for being so ignorant, even daring to threaten an expert like the Rain Abbess. Every single expert on the level of the Rain Abbess should be kept a respectful distance from. It was best not to offend them if possible. Even if there were some small grievances between them, Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi believed that they should just bear with it. Even if they could not bear it, they could not afford to offend them completely before they had enough strength. In particular, they were trapped in the formation by the Rain Abbess right now. If they completely offended the Rain Abbess, it would not end well for them. In the end, Gong Sun Ji directly pushed the Rain Abbess to the opposite side with a single threat. If they still had a chance to make peace with the Rain Abbess before, they had been completely forced into a dead end by Gong Sun Ji now. Why is this Gong Sun Ji so stupid? Does he think that we don't have enough troubles? Huang Fu Gi communicated with Su Jiping secretly. He had already developed hatred for Gong Sun Ji. Gong Sun Ji was protected by a protector sword, so it would be difficult for the Rain Abbess to harm him. However, what about the two of them? They had no way of withstanding the Rain Abbess' fury. If it were not for the fact that the 3 remaining protector swords in the Radiant Saint Hall were just too tempting, they would not have been willing to get involved with Gong Sun Ji. A mere divine king dares to threaten me? Very well. Very good. The Rain Abbess' voice was extremely cold. With that, the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood in the air suddenly shuddered. The prison formed from thick clouds at the edge of the formation suddenly began to churn violently. The entire formation rapidly shrank. As the formation shrunk, everyone could clearly sense that the power of the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood was increasing. Afterwards, vast and boundless energy erupted from the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood. Like a surging wave, it swept through the entire formation space. In the end, it formed dense raindrops in the formation space. Every single droplet of rain contained pure laws of waves. Every single droplet of rain pulsed with shocking energy. Afterwards, the droplets of rain gathered from all directions, enveloping Gong Sun Ji with surging energy. At that moment, Gong Sun Ji's surroundings were enveloped by a huge ball of water condensed from countless droplets of rain. Earth-shaking energy and pure laws of ways stuck to Gong Sun Ji's protective light like maggots, slowly eating away at it. The Rain Abbess method was very simple. Since they could not break through it forcefully, they would eat away at it bit by bit. Immediately, the protective light around Gong Sun Ji was constantly compressed. In particular, the outermost layer of the protective light was being eaten away bit by bit. Even though it was very slow, his protective light was indeed being eaten away. Gong Sun Ji could no longer smile when he saw this. His face changed once again, and an ill omen rose up from the bottom of his heart. He had already been firmly suppressed by the Rain Abbess. He was unable to move. All he could do was endure with the protection of the protective light. There was nothing else he could do. Huang Fu Gi, Su Jiping, what are you waiting for? Do it. Gong Sun Ji called out. However, Huang Fu Gi and Su Jiping ignored him. They did nothing. The Rain Abbess' strength made them feel powerless. They no longer had any interest in fighting against the Rain Abbess. The reason for that was because they knew that if they were to continue fighting, only death would await the two of them. As a result, even though they knew the situation was bad for Gong Sun Ji, the two of them did not continue fighting. This was because they still harbored a sliver of hope that the Rain Abbess would spare them. As for Sha Yun, he was still hovering in outer space after being heavily injured by the bolt of lightning. His body trembled, having yet to recover. At the same time, on the distant star brilliance plane, as the most sacred place on the Star Brilliance Mountain that represented the glory of the Star Brilliance Plain, a middle-aged man in a starry robe sat cross-legged within a private room, and he seemed to be in closed-door cultivation. He was the renowned expert of the Saints' world, the Nine Brilliance Star Lord. Suddenly, the Nine Brilliance Star Lord opened his eyes slowly. Thousands of stars seemed to revolve in his pupils, shining with resplendent light. I predicted that the native organizations of the Cloud Plain would betray me, and I also predicted that the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance wouldn't miss this opportunity. I also predicted that Gong Sun Ji would take action. However, I never expected the Rain Abyss of the Delight Plain to suddenly appear. I just don't understand why the Rain Abyss would assist Jianchen, or in other words, the martial soul lineage. According to my knowledge, she doesn't seem to have any connection to the martial soul lineage or Jianchen. Is there something else? However, her appearance will ruin my plans. As a result, I need to find a way to keep her busy. Without the Rain Abyss, just Jianchen's group alone will be enough to kill Jianchen. Yao might be able to avoid disaster as well, the Nine Brilliance Star Lord murmured to himself. With a flip of his hand, a jade talisman of communication immediately appeared in his hand. Lan Tian, don't you lack cloud iron as the main material when forging a high-quality god artifact? The Rain Abyss has a portion of cloud iron. After sending the message, the Nine Brilliance Star Lord stowed the jade talisman away. He said to himself, with Lan Tian taking action, the Rain Abyss won't be able to spare any attention. Nothing else should happen now, right? Moreover, I've only leaked a piece of information to Lan Tian. The target is the Rain Abyss. It has nothing to do with Jianchen. Chapter 2698. There were a total of 49 great plains and 81 great planets in the vast Saints' world. Countless cultivators gathered there as well as many sects and organizations. They competed with one another, and bloody incidents would basically occur everywhere every day. Planet Wando was one of the 81 great planets of the Saints' world. At the same time, it was a great planet that was relatively close to the Cloud Plain. There was a famed mountain on planet Wando. It was called Venerable Mountain. There was practically no one on Wando planet who did not know about this mountain. It could be said that its reputation had spread far and wide. It caused all the cultivators on Wando planet and all the big and small forces to reveal a respectful attitude when talking about this mountain. Or rather, it was reverence. This was because Venerable Mountain was where the Lord of Planet Wando cultivated. The Lord of Planet Wando was the undisputed greatest person on planet Wando. He was like the emperor of a kingdom on the planet. He was a supreme existence. At this moment, a blue-robed old man sat cross-legged on a throne within a dazzling palace on planet Wando's hallowed grounds Exalt Mountain, and his eyes faintly revealed an excited expression. In the past few years, Old Man has searched through the 49 great plains and 81 great planets of the Saints' world, but he hasn't found a single piece of watercloud iron. Let alone watercloud iron, he hasn't even found a single clue about it. Watercloud iron is a 9th-grade god-tier material. It's just far too rare, and far too difficult to find. But the heavens have not let me down in the end. Old Man has finally found a clue about watercloud iron. The Old Man is determined to obtain it. Even if Old Man has guessed that the Nine Brilliant Star Lord is probably divulging this information to me to achieve his own goals, so what if the Old Man is being used by him for the watercloud iron? I'll just treat it as repayment for the Nine Brilliance Star Lord's information. Others fear the Rain Abyss of the Delight Plain, but Old Man doesn't. The blue-robed old man muttered to himself. He did not give off any presence at all, but he seemed to have fused with the laws, giving off a feeling like he had fused with the world. This was a charm that could only be manifested when one's comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth had reached a certain level. As the blue-robed old man spoke, he had already made his way out of the resplendent hall. With a single step, He entered the depths of the sea of stars and made his way to the cloud plain. This blue-robed old man was the Star Lord of Wando Planet, known as Blue Sky Venerable. Each of the 81 great planets of the Saints' world had a planet lord, and the strength of these planet lords varied. The planet lords of some of the weaker planets were basically first heavenly layer or second heavenly layer grand primes. There was no lack of late grand primes on powerful planet. There might even be ninth heavenly layer grand primes. As for the Blue Sky Venerable, he was one of the strongest existences among the 81 great stars of the holy world. Experts at his level rarely use teleportation arrays when traveling in the boundless sea of stars. They would only use interplanar teleportation arrays from time to time when they were traveling extremely far away. The war that would shake up the entire continent had officially begun on the Cloud Plain. The armies of the Four Symbols Alliance had already mobilized. They had already charged out of the southern region that they had spent so much effort on, pursuing the Righteous Alliance to the central region. At this moment, the many experts of the two alliances were embroiled in an earth-shattering battle in the central region of the Cloud Plain. Some chaotic primes and even grand primes had already fought in outer space. Even though the Shi dynasty of the northern region and the Zihao Empire of the eastern region had already done their best to assist the Righteous Alliance, the Righteous Alliance was no longer the same after the heavy blow of betrayal. They were still forced into a constant retreat by the Four Symbols Alliance, suffering heavy casualties. Even the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak was unable to remain uninvolved. He gave up on suppressing the power of the curse and unleashed his cultivation. He fought against the Grand Primes of the Righteous Alliance in outer space with determination to die. His flames of life flickered, becoming dimmer and dimmer. After the power of the curse within him was no longer suppressed, it spread even faster. Even if the Righteous Alliance emerged victorious in the end, no one knew whether the Lord of the Heavens Link Peak could survive or not. The Pingtian Empire was naturally embroiled in the flames of war as well. The young Star Lord personally led the experts of the Four Symbols Alliance to surround and annihilate the Pingtian Empire. With the strength of the Pingtian Empire, they were obviously not the young Star Lord's opponent. The formation that protected the Empire did not last for very long before it was smashed to pieces by the young Star Lord's experts. Afterwards, the young Star Lord directly advanced and killed his way into the Imperial Palace of the Pingtian Empire. The Imperial Palace of the Pingtian Empire had already been reduced to ruins. Blood flowed through the ruins like rivers while countless corpses littered the ground. The young Star Lord had flattened the Imperial Palace of the Pingtian Empire. At this moment, the young Star Lord stood on the ruins of the Imperial Palace with his hands behind his back. He stared into the distance coldly, in the direction of the Dong-an province. "Young Star Lord, we've searched the entire Imperial Palace, but we haven't found the corpse of the Emperor of the Pingtian Empire, Mo Xingfeng. I think Mo Xingfeng is probably hiding in the Tianyuan family," a divine king behind the young Star Lord said politely. "So what if you can't find him? Destroying the Imperial Palace is just an appetizer. What's the situation with the Tianyuan family? Has the formation been destroyed?" The young Star Lord said condescendingly. "Young Star Lord, the formation that protects the Dong-an province is far more powerful than the protective formation of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. Another group of people are currently trying to destroy it with their full strength," said the Divine King. "Let's go to the Dong-an province." The young Star Lord waved his hand and immediately led all the experts towards the Dong-an province aggressively. The Dong-an province was the only provincial city that remained intact in the Pingtian Empire. With a single glance, the entire provincial city was protected by two powerful formations. One of them protected the entire city, while the other protected the Tianyuan family. Each of the two formations was more powerful than the last. Even chaotic primes would find it difficult to destroy them. Now, the huge provincial city was filled with people. When the battle erupted, A portion of the cultivators and important people from the 36 provinces of the divine kingdom of Pingtian had hidden in the Dong, and province beforehand, praying that they could rely on the protective formations to avoid the flames of war. The large influx of people immediately caused the huge provincial city to become extremely congested. The streets and alleys were filled with people. However, all the people who had hidden in the provincial city began to regret their decision. This was because they discovered that the protective formations were very powerful, but at the same time, they were also very weak. Chapter 2699. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening booms constantly rang out outside the protective formation of the provincial city. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings with each boom. The expressions of all the cultivators hiding in the provincial city changed. This was because the most powerful cultivators were only at the divine king realm, and there were not a lot of them. Most of them were below the divine king realm. There were many mortal realm, sainthood, and origin realm cultivators among them. The energy wreaking havoc outside the formation was so powerful that it had reached the primordial realm or even the level of chaotic primes. To the weaker cultivators hiding in the Dong and province, this was like the end of the world. Father, the barrier of light from the Dong and province is shaking so violently. Will the province be able to hold on? A young girl stared at the sky nervously in the crowd as she said timidly, "Junior, don't worry. The provincial city has the Tianyuan family. The formation won't be able to get through. It's said that the Tianyuan family has a chaotic prime. With the protection of this expert, the provincial city will be fine." The father of the Tianyuan family comforted her. The little girl's father held the little girl's cold little hand tightly as he comforted her. However, from his nervous expression, his heart was definitely not as calm as he appeared on the surface. "Grandpa, are we going to die?" On the other side, a little boy looked at the old man beside him and asked with a face full of fear. The Tianyuan family is very powerful. We have to believe in the Tianyuan family. As long as the Tianyuan family is here, we definitely won't die." The boy's grandfather rubbed the boy's head kindly as he said with a hoarse voice. Similar incidents occurred in various places in the provincial city. Some of the people hiding in the provincial city held blind faith in the Tianyuan family. They believed that as long as the Tianyuan family was here, they would definitely be able to survive the crisis. At the same time, there were some people who were filled with despair. They could already tell that the Tianyuan family was powerless to protect them, so they were certain that they were doomed. As the greatest expert of the Tianyuan family, Su Ran personally watched over the Tianyuan family, maintaining the formation. She hovered in the air as she shone with dazzling light. She seemed to be resonating with the formation in a certain way. She was using the power of her own cultivation to support the formation, making it even more powerful. Below her were many members of the Tianyuan family. From the high-ranking members to the ordinary guards and servants, they were all gathered there. They were all stern. A few female attendants had even paled in fright. They were filled with fear and unease. They feared death. Senior Su, the formations of the provincial city should be able to stop them. The emperor of the Pingtian Empire, Mo Xingfeng, said sternly within the Tianyuan family. The two formations were the Tianyuan family's final line of defense. It's fine for now, but the young Star Lord is about to arrive with another group of experts. If they attack the formations together, the energy consumption of the formations will increase by several times. Even with me here, we won't be able to last for too long, said Su Ran. Her old voice was also stern. If the formations were as powerful as the ones Ming Xie cast down, just the power of the formations themselves would be more than enough to stop these people. We might even be able to use the killing formations to wipe them out. Unfortunately, the First Majesty destroyed the formations in the past, so many of their foundations have been destroyed. Even though I've repaired them a lot, their power has decreased by far, far too much, said Su Ran in pity. As soon as she finished talking, a group of people appeared in the sky above the provincial city aggressively. There were quite a few of them, over 1,000. To no surprise, the person leading them was the young Star Lord. How much longer will it take to get through this formation? The young Star Lord stared down with a frown as soon as he arrived. 2 chaotic primes followed him closely, responsible for his safety. Young Star Lord, if you include them, it'll take a day at most to get through the formations. A chaotic prime great elder who was destroying the formations arrived before the young Star Lord and looked at the group of experts the young Star Lord had brought. The young Star Lord looked at the fearful cultivators hiding in the provincial city, and he actually smiled strangely. There's no hurry. Pass down my orders. I'll spare all the cultivators in the provincial city who attack the Tianyuan family, regardless of their origins or background. The eyes of the 3 chaotic primes beside the young Star Lord lit up when they heard that. They smiled at the same time, and one of them praised, "Young Star Lord, you want them to fight amongst themselves? Even though the cultivators inside are weak and won't be able to deal any damage to the formations, it's a good way to deal a blow to the morale of the Tianyuan family." Ha ha, that's right. The Tianyuan family has magnanimously accepted them into the provincial city to protect them. If these people attack the Tianyuan family's formations instead, I wonder how the Tianyuan family will feel. I think the people of the Tianyuan family will probably die from anger. Ha ha ha. The 3 chaotic primes laughed aloud. They were all members of the upper echelon of the 4 Symbols Alliance. They had personally experienced how the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, had forced the 4 Symbols Alliance into despair when he worked with the martial soul lineage. Now that they had a chance for revenge, they naturally would not hold back, nor would they care about justice. They would take revenge viciously. They immediately sent a message to an Infinite Prime. The Infinite Prime Elder called out with his cultivation, so his voice boomed through the entire provincial city like thunder. He passed on the young Star Lord's orders. Immediately, the provincial city fell into an uproar. A portion of the cultivators who understood the situation and were filled with despair seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw in the darkness. Their dim eyes suddenly lit up, and after a moment of hesitation, they indeed passed through the crowd and flew towards the Tianyuan family. Immediately, heavy booms rang out from the Tianyuan family's direction. Cultivators had already begun attacking the formations around the Tianyuan family. The actions of these people were like a fuse, leading even more people to join in the attacks against the Tianyuan family. Stop! You ungrateful people! How can you do this? If it weren't for the fact that the Tianyuan family let you into the provincial city, you probably would have died in the wilderness long ago. How can you still be alive? How can you repay kindness with ingratitude and commit such a disgraceful act? Li Hu, how dare you attack the Tianyuan family? I never thought you were actually someone like that. We'll sever all ties from today onwards. Eat my sword. Naturally, the Tianyuan family received the support of many people in the Pingtian Empire. Some people attacked the Tianyuan family, while others protected the Tianyuan family. They would rather die than stand with the Tianyuan family. For a moment, the cultivators who supported the Tianyuan family and the people who attacked the Tianyuan family became embroiled in battle. The entire provincial city was thrown into chaos. Within the Tianyuan family, Shiyu's face was pale. Many of the other founding members' faces were very ugly as well. Although the attacks of the cultivators outside were no different from scratching an itch to the Tianyuan family's formations, their actions infuriated everyone in the Tianyuan family. P.S. Brothers, Xiaoyao's contracted website has spent a lot of money and many years to create a mobile game. Xiaoyao has downloaded the game on his phone and played it for a while. The game is extremely fun. The Unreal 4 engine has created a 9 million square meter world that is completely seamless. There are 360-degree battles, and the quality of the graphics is off the chart. Moreover, there's flying gameplay, so players can fly freely in the air. Xiaoyao strongly recommends that you download the game to try it out when you're free. At the same time, the game has been recommended by other authors, so many armies from other novels will appear in it. Xiaoyao hopes that the brothers of the Sword God of Chaos can create an army that belongs to the Sword God of Chaos. After that, we can all join and form an organization. Once we're bullied by other armies, we'll roll up our sleeves and wipe them out together. Below is the download link. You just need to copy the link and open it in your browser to download it. Brothers, please pay attention. You must download it through this link. Chapter 2700. The young Star Lord felt extremely delighted as he watched the cultivators kill one another in the Dong'an province. At that moment, he felt like he was toying with all of them. He could decide the fate of all of them with a single thought. It was a feeling that intoxicated him. He enjoyed it very much. At this moment, an infinite Prime Elder suddenly arrived before the young Star Lord and said, "Young Star Lord, I've just received news that the Heavenly Moon Empire wishes to serve the young Star Lord." The Heavenly Moon Empire? The ancient empire that has submitted to the Tianyuan family? The young Star Lord only remembered the existence of the Heavenly Moon Empire after quite a while of thought. The Heavenly Moon Empire was just too weak. It was a mere ancient empire, so the young Star Lord had never taken it seriously. As the only son of the 9 brilliant Star Lord, even though he was only the foster son, he had been bestowed with an unparalleled status and status. Basically, all the people he came into contact with were chaotic primes. Grand primes were nothing new, so the young Star Lord naturally could not be bothered to pay attention to a mere ancient empire. "That's right. It's them," the Infinite Prime said firmly. The young Star Lord smiled in amusement. He said, "The Heavenly Moon Empire is an organization that has submitted to the Tianyuan family, yet they want to submit to me now and serve me. How interesting." After a pause, the young Star Lord continued, "Tell them that if they want to serve me, it'll depend on whether they have the strength to do so." "Yes, I'll pass on the message." The Infinite Prime Elder backed off. The two ancestors of the Heavenly Moon Empire gathered together in the depths of the Imperial Palace. They were both extremely stern. The young Star Lord's intentions are very clear. He wants us to take action. In reality, he wants us to attack the Tianyuan family, but once we do, there really will be no turning back, an ancestor of the Heavenly Moon Empire said sternly. An old ancestor of the Heavenly Moon Empire said in a deep voice, "If this matter was not handled properly, what awaited the Heavenly Moon Empire would be a calamity. Since we've already made the decision to serve the young Star Lord, we should completely place our hearts on his side. There's no need to be overly cautious. Let's do it. Moreover, it's impossible for the Tianyuan family and the Righteous Alliance to make a comeback with the current situation," said another ancestor of the Heavenly Moon Empire. The two of them were infinite primes, so they had no idea that the battle in outer space had changed again. This was because the mountain soul of the Martial Soul Mountain was extremely distant from the cloud plane. Let alone them, even chaotic primes or some weaker grand primes would not be able to detect it. Very soon, the experts of the Heavenly Moon Empire finished gathering. Under the lead of the two ancestors, they charged towards the Pingtian Empire with surging killing intent. To no surprise, the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, Sang-Tu, was among them. He had brought a few divine king elders of the Earth Spirit sect with him as well. There were not many people from the Heavenly Moon Empire and the Earth Spirit sect, only a few dozen people. However, all of them were Divine King realm experts. Many Divine King held small divine halls in their hand. Over 1 million elite soldiers of the Heavenly Moon Empire gathered in the divine halls. The Heavenly Moon Empire had officially declared the Tianyuan family as their enemy. They split into two groups. The two ancestors of the Heavenly Moon Empire and the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect took a portion of the Divine King directly to the Dong'an province to assist the young Star Lord in getting through the protective formations there. The remaining divine king dispersed with the million soldiers gathered in the divine halls and took over all the cities of the Pingtian Empire. Even the ruined imperial palace of the Pingtian Empire was taken over by a group of soldiers from the Heavenly Moon Empire. Very soon, there was no more land that belonged to the Pingtian Empire apart from the Dong-an province. Heavenly Moon Empire, you traitors! I curse you to suffer a horrible fate, and the Earth Spirit sect. I should have suggested for the Patriarch to wipe you out back then. I never thought that the Patriarch's momentary benevolence would leave behind such a great disaster. The Tianyuan family was filled with curses. Many of the members of the upper echelon and senior members of the Tianyuan family stared at the two ancestors of the Heavenly Moon Empire and the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect who attacked the formations as they cursed out loud. Even many of the guards took part. Many of them resented the actions of the Heavenly Moon Empire very much. Go ahead and curse. Curse as much as you want while you can still speak, because in a while you won't even have the right to speak anymore. The dead have no right to speak. The glory of the Tianyuan family has already become a thing of the past. The ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, Sang Tu, said coldly. She silently clenched her fists when she heard the cold words of the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect. She said through gritted teeth, if the Heavenly Moon Empire, the Earth Spirit sect, and the Tianyuan family can survive this disaster, I swear that I won't spare you. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the formations of the provincial city. Immediately, a violent ripple of energy surged in through the crack like a devastating storm, erupting in the city. Immediately, many of the warriors who had gathered in the city were caught in the storm. Many of the weaker warriors lost their lives under the energy storm. Even the nearby buildings collapsed one after another. The formations of the provincial city are about to be destroyed. Within the Tianyuan family, Su Ran looked at the sea of people outside as she maintained the formation. She was extremely stern. Once the formations of the provincial city were destroyed, the cultivators hiding in the city would face a disaster without a doubt. After all, there were only a few divine kings among them. They were basically powerless against the ripples of energy from the attacks of so many primordial realm experts and 3 chaotic primes. I've already done my best. Your final fate will be up to your own fortune, Su Ran thought. There was nothing she could do about the situation, as even the Tianyuan family struggled to protect themselves now. Since the formation can't be stopped, I'll kill the traitors before the formation collapses. A cold light of killing flashed through Su Ran's eyes. She suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, she appeared outside the formation. It was extremely sudden. Outside the formation, the storm of energy from the attacks of the primordial realm experts wreaked havoc in the surroundings. The space there constantly shook as web-like cracks rapidly spread. If the Dong-an province was described as a calm ocean, then this place was a turbulent ocean with huge waves. Su Ran stood as still as a mountain. She stood proudly in the air. No matter how violent the shock waves were, they would be blocked by an invisible force as soon as they approached her. Her gaze directly locked onto the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, Sang Tu, and the 2 ancestral emperors of the Heavenly Moon Empire. Be careful! A chaotic prime called out from the young Star Lord's side. Even though Su Ran had appeared silently, he was clearly at a higher level of cultivation than her, so he discovered her immediately and immediately warned her. However, Su Ran had already moved. It was only over a dozen kilometers away, so it was only a single step for chaotic primes like her. With a single movement, she immediately appeared before the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, Sang Tuesday. She suddenly extended her hand and pierced Sang Tu's protective energy like it was tofu, directly grabbing him by the neck. The difference in cultivation between the two of them was just too great. Before Sang Tu could understand what was happening, he felt his neck tighten, and he suddenly felt like he was suffocating. Even though he no longer needed to breathe, the feeling still made his face change drastically. His eyes were filled with fear. Only at that moment did he discover that Su Ran had appeared before him unknowingly. She was currently staring at him coldly and emotionlessly. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, one of the 3 chaotic primes the young Star Lord had brought with him. Chapter 2701. P.S. Xiaoyao made a mistake in the last chapter and wrote about the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect who had already died. I've changed it now. The ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect is the ancestor of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, so I've made some adjustments. Save me. The ancestor of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, Xing Ping, was choked by Su Ran. He could only utter hoarse words with great difficulty. As he stared at Su Ran's pale hair and old face, his heart was filled with the fear of death. There was also a sliver of unwillingness to accept this. He was reluctant to die here before he could personally wipe out the Tianyuan family. However, before Su Ran, he was unable to do anything due to the tremendous difference in strength. Although he was a primordial realm expert, he was as weak as an ant. Blood spurted out, and Xing Ping's head was crushed by Su Ran. He was dead. The ancestor of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, Xing Ping, had died. The 2 chaotic primes on the young Star Lord's side, who had come to keep Su Ran busy, did not even glance at Xing Ping. Their gazes were indifferent, and they only saw Su Ran. Xing Ping's death was nothing to them. The 2 of them arrived before Su Ran very soon. The energy within them erupted like a flood as the laws of the world danced. They used their full strength right from the start. The 2 of them were not weak. They were both 5th Heavenly Layer chaotic primes, on par with Su Ran. The 4 Symbols Alliance had mobilized all their forces to wipe out the Righteous Alliance, so they were in need of manpower. As a result, they only sent 3 chaotic primes to assist the young Star Lord. 2 of them were 5th Heavenly Layer chaotic primes and 1 was 6th Heavenly Layer chaotic primes. They did not want to kill Su Ran. They only needed to keep her busy for a while. Once the 4 Symbols Alliance emerged victorious, no matter how powerful a 5th Heavenly Layer chaotic prime was, they would not be able to cause any trouble before a Grand Prime. Piss off! Su Ran called out. She did not use any battle skills, nor did she use any secret technique. She only struck out with 2 simple palms. Energy surged, containing the truths of the world, and she struck the 2 5th Heavenly Layer chaotic primes of the 4 Symbols Alliance. Boom! Boom! With 2 deafening booms, the attacks from the 2 chaotic primes who were on par with Su Ran were easily shattered. At the same time, the power from Su Ran's palm strike did not disperse. The remaining power struck the 2 chaotic primes with unstoppable force, forcing them to retreat. The chaotic primes who had come to stop Su Ran's way, and they looked at each other. They could see the seriousness in the other party's gazes. Su Ran's battle prodigious primes chaotic primes. This old hag's cultivation has actually increased again. If this continues, she'll probably break through before long, Lin Fei said sternly as he protected the young Star Lord. His eyes were slightly sunken. Out of the 3 chaotic prime great elders sent to the young Star Lord, Lin Fei was the strongest. He was a 6th Heavenly Layer chaotic prime. At this moment, Su Ran vanished with a single movement. When she reappeared, she had crossed several dozen kilometers, arriving before an infinite prime of the Heavenly Moon Empire. She struck out viciously. No infinite prime could fight back against Su Ran, who was far more powerful than people of the same level. In an instant, the infinite prime of the Heavenly Moon Empire died to Su Ran's hands, following in the footsteps of his past life. It was also at this moment that a crack suddenly rang out. The barrier of light around the provincial city was finally destroyed, and the countless cultivators hiding in the city were directly exposed. Without the protection of the formation, the rampaging energy in the sky immediately poured down. The powerful shockwave blew away countless structures in the city with unstoppable force. Many pavilions and various shops were reduced to pieces by the shockwave. It was not just the buildings. Even the many cultivators gathered in the city were like ants. They were either blown away by the shock waves of energy or directly crushed to pieces, resulting in heavy casualties. In just a few seconds, the provincial city had basically been razed to the ground. It had been reduced to ruins. Only the Tianyuan family remained unscathed under the protection of the final formation. I've already attacked the Tianyuan family. You said you would spare us, Four Symbols Alliance, you went back on your word. You went back on your word. The furious roars of a few cultivators rang out from the provincial city. There were also some miserable cries. The cultivators who managed to survive all fled in panic, hiding in all directions. The fear of death enveloped the entire provincial city. The young Star Lord hovered high in the sky. He stared at the ruined provincial city in delight. He ignored the roars of the cultivators below and sniggered, "Jianshan, your Tianyuan family can't last much longer. It's a pity that you probably won't be able to personally witness me destroy the Tianyuan family. That's a great pity for me. However, I need to deal with the old woman from the Tianyuan family as soon as possible. Otherwise, she'll be keeping two people busy by herself, which will seriously slow down my plan to destroy the Tianyuan family," the young star murmured to himself. Afterwards, he said to Lin Fei beside him, "You too. If the three of you work together, you should be able to kill the old woman." "Young Star Lord, your safety." Lin Fei, who was responsible for protecting the young Star Lord, was rather troubled. The young Star Lord took out the life plume that the Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance had given him and said, "I have methods to keep myself alive. You don't need to worry about me." Lin Fei glanced at the feather in the young Star Lord's hand and hesitated slightly. In the end, he still nodded and said, "All right then. It's just that Su Ran's battle prowess is far too great. She's far greater than people of the same level. Even with the old man, we'll probably only be able to keep her busy. Killing her will be extremely difficult. However, the old man has a way to keep her trapped." Lin Fei stared at Su Ran in the distance. Even though Su Ran's cultivation was lower than his, Lin Fei's heart was filled with pressure when he looked at Su Ran's aged body. He was stern as well. Heavenly reflection, 8 extremities of blood. Suddenly Lin Fei called out. He formed seals with both hands and used a secret technique. Suddenly, waves of powerful blood chi emanated from his body, burning like a bright red flame. A thick blood mist enveloped Lin Fei's entire body. If one could see through the mist, they would see that Lin Fei's face was rapidly paling. He was becoming more and more haggard. This was because his essence blood and a portion of his vital energies were rapidly burning away. He was using an ancient and powerful secret technique at the cost of his own life. "Seal!" Lin Fei called out from the blood-red mist. His voice was filled with weakness and exhaustion, as if using the secret technique had sapped away all of his power in such a short amount of time. As he said that, 8 blood-red pillars suddenly appeared around Su Ran. Every single pillar was extremely red, as if they were completely condensed from blood. The 8 blood-red pillars formed a formation, isolating the space and sealing Su Ran inside. Immediately, Su Ran vanished from everyone's sight. A ball of red light occupied the space where she had been. It was blurry and hazy, as if it was no longer part of the world. "Her battle prowess is very great. My seal can't keep her trapped for long. It can only last for 3 days." Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. He said to the other 2 people with a haggard face. Chapter 2702. Thank you for saving us, Senior Lin. The other primordial realm ancestor of the Heavenly Moon Empire arrived before Lin Fei and said gratefully. He knew that if Su Ran had not been trapped, he definitely would have been Su Ran's next target, because he could clearly feel the bone-chilling murderous intent that chilled him to the bone. Now that Lin Fei had trapped Su Ran, it was equivalent to saving his life. After thanking Lin Fei, the remaining ancestor of the Heavenly Moon Empire immediately became filled with killing intent. He called out, "Soldiers of the Heavenly Moon Empire, heed my orders. purge the Dong and province with blood. Earth Spirit Sect, heed my orders. Purge the Dong and province with blood. Leave no one alive. Yes. Purge the Dong and province with blood and avenge the ancestor. Wipe out the Tianyuan family and avenge the ancestor. After the ancestor of the Heavenly Moon Empire, a respected divine king elder of the Earth Spirit Sect gave out orders as well. Immediately, calls for the destruction of the Dong and province and the Tianyuan family rang out from all directions. At the same time, the Rain Abyss used the Way of Rain to pressure Gongsunji within the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood extremely distant from the cloud plain. A layer of faint, blue rain formed a ball of water that trapped Gongsunji. The ball of water seemed to possess corrosive power, eating away at Gongsunji's protective light bit by bit. Under the corrosion of the Way of Rain, the protective light around Gongsunji had thinned by a third compared to when it was intact. Gongsunji's protective light was slowly being breached by the Rain Abyss. The mountain soul of the Martial Soul Mountain hovered nearby. Jianshan, Aoyama, Bai Rufeng, Su Qi, Yun Ziding, Chu Jian, Yu Chao, and so on all stared at the battle between the Rain Abyss and Gongsunji. They were all confused. All of them had witnessed the battle earlier, including how the Rain Abyss had stopped Huang Fugi, Su Jiping, and Sha Yun. It all meant that the Rain Abyss had appeared to save them. However, in their impression, no one apart from Jianshan had any contact with the Rain Abyss. Hun Zhang's body had already been reconnected between the seven of them. He currently sat with his eyes closed and some pill powder had been sprinkled on him. The powder fused into his body at a visible rate, causing his wounds to heal rapidly. Very soon, he was back to how he was before. Of course, he had only recovered on the surface. His internal injuries were still very severe. Even with God-tier healing pills, he would not be able to make a full recovery in a short amount of time. Just when the final wound on Hun Zhang's body vanished, he finally opened his eyes. His gaze was slightly gloomy, and there was a sliver of unconcealable weakness. He stood up and stared in the direction of the Rain Abyss and Gongsunji deeply. He said sternly, "The protector swords of the Radiant Saint Hall are just too powerful. After so many years in the Saint's world, our martial soul lineage has finally met its match. First Senior Brother, you don't need to be dejected. The Radiant Saint Hall has a protector sword, but our martial soul lineage also has the Martial Soul Mountain," said the fourth Senior Brother, Yun Ziding. The Martial Soul Mountain was the Martial Soul lineage's greatest reliance. Our martial soul lineage has already produced 8 successors now. We only need one more to reach 9. According to the records, once our martial soul lineage has 9 successors, we'll usher in an unprecedented period of glory that will be recorded in the annals of history. Let alone the protector swords of the Radiant Saint Hall, even if they give birth to a grand exalt, we'll be able to fend them off, said the fifth senior sister, Su Qi. Hun Zhang nodded. He agreed with Su Qi very much. However, he also understood that it was extremely rare for the martial soul lineage to have 8 successors. As for 9, it had only appeared once in the long history of the martial soul lineage. Su Jiping and Huang Fugi from the desolate plain have already been heavily injured by the Rain Abyss. Their battle prowess has plummeted. Should we wipe them out in a single stroke? Aoyama said. He stared coldly at Su Jiping and Huang Fugi, who no longer dared to take part in the battle between the Rain Abyss. Killing intent filled his eyes. We've already depleted half of the power of our souls. Our battle prowess has also been affected. If Su Jiping and Huang Fugi work together, we'll only be able to match them at most. Killing them will be very difficult, said Hun Zhang helplessly. However, Jianshan's thoughts were not on Su Jiping and Huang Fugi at all. He looked at the formation of cloud surge and rain flood in the surroundings and said sternly, "We need to find a way out. Without our assistance, the cloud plain situation will be extremely dangerous." In Jianshan's heart, Su Jiping, Huang Fugi, and Gongsun Ji were all secondary. What he truly worried about was the Tianyuan family. The Cloud Plane can't do without us. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Righteous Alliance to defeat the Four Symbols Alliance with their current strength, said Hunzong. He looked around and studied the formation of cloud surge and rain flood. He said slowly, "Prepare to control the mountain soul. I might have a way out." "What? First senior brother, you're saying you have a way out?" Hun Zhang's words surprised the 7 other members of the martial soul lineage. They had clearly witnessed the power of the formation of cloud surge and rain flood. Even experts like Su Jiping and Huang Fugi were trapped there obediently, yet Hun Zhang, who was weaker than them in terms of cultivation, had a way out. Naturally, they were extremely surprised. "I can't be certain. I can only try." "Alright, let's cut to the chase. The situation is urgent right now, so let's go immediately," Hun Zhang said sternly and immediately began to move the mountain soul with everyone else. As the mountain soul rapidly moved towards the edge of the formation of cloud surge and rain flood, Aoyama could not help but glance at the rain abyss. He felt rather uneasy as he murmured softly, "The rain abyss who cast down this formation is still here. Will she let us leave silently without her permission?" Jianshan said nothing. He also looked at the rain abyss, who was clashing with Godslayer's sword. The light in his eyes flickered. "Brother Su, look at the martial soul lineage. What are they doing?" Huang Fugi noticed the martial soul lineage's movements and asked in confusion. Su Jiping looked over as well, his face filled with suspicion. "They're approaching the edge of the formation. Are they trying to leave this place? That's impossible. The formation of cloud surge and rain flood is an extremely renowned formation of the rain abyss. It's so powerful that it's earth-shaking. No matter how unique the martial soul lineage is, it's impossible for them to pass through such a high-level formation unless the rain abyss lets them leave." A gleam of light flashed through Huang Fugi's eyes. He looked at Su Jiping and asked secretly, "Should we follow them?" Boom. However, at this moment, a deafening rumble suddenly rang out. The entire formation of cloud surge and rain flood shook violently, becoming unstable. Huang Fugi and Su Jiping were both surprised. Joy filled their eyes as they stared at the violently shaking formation. Someone is attacking the formation of cloud surge and rain flood from outside. They can actually shake up the formation. This person's cultivation is definitely greater than ours, the 6th heavenly layer. This is an ability that only 6th heavenly layer experts possess. Su Jiping and Huang Fugi were overjoyed. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the rain abyss who was dealing with Godslayer's sword. She said coldly, "Blue Sky Venerable, do you want to become my enemy by attacking my formation?" The rain abyss voice was not loud, but it rang through the entire space. Chapter 2703. Water Cloud Iron is an extremely rare item in the Saint's world. Its value is immeasurable. Blue Sky Venerable, do you want me to give you the Water Cloud Iron for free? The rain abyss sneer rang out from within the formation. Ha ha ha, it's exactly because the Water Cloud Iron is just too rare and too precious that old man really can't find anything suitable to exchange for it. Moreover, I heard that the abyss has many treasures and is very wealthy. Although the old man does have some savings, it's nowhere close to the abyss. Even if I take it out, the abyss probably won't be interested in it. As a result, I'll just do the abyss a favor. As long as the abyss gives the Water Cloud Iron to the old man will owe the abyss a favor, and I'll leave immediately. The Blue Sky Venerable laughed aloud. He stood outside the formation with his hands behind his back as the tremendous presence of a 6th heavenly layer Grand Prime radiated outwards in an overwhelming manner. Under the pressure of his presence, the formation immediately flickered with bright light. Clearly, the Blue Sky Venerable knew that the rain abyss was busy dealing with a powerful enemy and could not afford to be distracted. As a result, He wanted to use threats to force the Rain Abyss to hand over the Watercloud Iron. As the Lord of Planet Wando, the Blue Sky Venerable had always acted in a forceful manner. He did not fear the Rain Abyss at all. Moreover, the Watercloud Iron was indeed as precious as the Rain Abyss had described. If the Blue Sky Venerable really wanted to exchange for it, he would have to pay a huge price with his wealth. Moreover, he just happened to come across the Rain Abyss fighting a powerful enemy. This was an opportunity for him. As a result, he wanted to obtain the Watercloud Iron from the Rain Abyss without paying any price. As for the favor he had promised, he believed that as long as he did not interfere with the Rain Abyss, he would have returned the favor. A favor from you? Blue Sky Venerable, you overestimate yourself. A favor from you isn't even worth a 10,000th of the Watercloud Iron in my eyes. Leave immediately, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless, the Rain Abyss said coldly. Her killing intent was intense, leaving no room for negotiation. Rain Abyss, you're only at the 5th heavenly layer. Even if you're very powerful and can barely put up a fight against those at the 6th heavenly layer, that doesn't mean you're Old Man's opponent. The Old Man had been in charge of Wando Planet for so many years, and he had not been wasting his time. Today, I want to see if your so-called ruthlessness can do anything to Old Man. Blue Sky Venerable's face sank. With a cold snort, energy erupted from his body, and he slammed his palm toward the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood. With this palm strike, the world immediately darkened. All the starlight in the sky vanished. The space where the Blue Sky Venerable stood had been shattered by the astonishing power of the palm strike. In the Saints' world, 6th heavenly layer Grand Primes were supreme experts who stood at the apex. Even among the ancient organizations that had existed for countless years in the Saints' world, there were only a handful of them. Every single one of them was an ancestor who could maintain the fortunes of an entire clan. When they struck, they could obliterate space. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! With a great rumble, the Blue Sky Venerable's devastating palm strike struck the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood mercilessly, causing it to tremble violently. A few cracks had even appeared. Ha ha ha, this formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood isn't anything special. Old Man's first strike almost made the formation collapse. With the next strike, the Old Man will be able to destroy your formation. Rain Abyss, it's still not too late for you to change your mind. The Blue Sky Venerable laughed aloud. He formed a seal with both hands, and a huge star gradually condensed above his head. The star was 30,000 meters across. The mountains and rivers on it were clearly visible. It was extremely lifelike. If someone who was familiar with Planet Wando saw it, they would discover that the star was exactly the same as Planet Wando. The only difference was its size. To no surprise, this was a shrunken version of Planet Wando. Shortly after, the Wando star, which was 100,000 feet in size, began to shrink rapidly. It shrunk from 100,000 feet to 1,000 feet, then from 1,000 feet to 1,000 feet. However, every time the Wando planet shrunk, the terrifying energy contained within grew stronger. When the Wando planet shrunk from 100,000 feet to 100,000 feet, the energy within had been compressed to an extremely terrifying level. Just the ripples it emitted were enough to shatter space. It was extremely shocking. Rain Abyss, looks like you're stubborn. Whatever, I'll get Old Man to destroy your formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood then, said the Blue Sky Venerable as he suddenly extended a finger. Immediately, the shrunken planet above his head suddenly flew out. It turned into a streak of light and collided with the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood with terrifying speed. With an earth-shaking rumble, a huge hole directly appeared in the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood after colliding with Planet Wando. The remaining power from Planet Wando began to expand in all directions from the hole. Wherever it passed by, the formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood collapsed. The formation of Cloud Surge and Rain Flood had been destroyed in a single strike by the blue sky venerable. Moreover, the miniature planet of Wando did not disperse after destroying the formation of cloud surge and rain flood. Instead, it charged towards the rain abyss with lightning speed without weakening at all. Blue sky venerable, you're looking to die, the rain abyss said coldly. At that moment, the killing intent she radiated with was so powerful that it could freeze space and make everything wither away. She had already gained the upper hand in her clash against Godslayer's sword. Completely suppressing Godslayer's sword was only a matter of time, yet the blue sky venerable had interfered at this crucial moment, causing her to fall short of success. All of her previous efforts had been for naught, which made her extremely furious. Her killing intent towards the blue sky venerable had reached an unprecedented level. The ball of water that had invaded the protective light of Godslayer's sword suddenly vanished. The rain abyss withdrew all of her power. Afterwards, with a wave of her hand, endless rainwater gathered, condensing into a sky-blue sword in a single moment. It shot towards the shrunken planet with a streak of light. Haha, old man's secret technique is extraordinary. Even though destroying your formation has consumed some of its power, it's not something you can block so easily. Fellow trapped in the formation earlier, your chance for revenge has come. The blue sky venerable chuckled. He was relaxed and delighted, but there was also a sliver of mockery and mockery. He had heard of the rain abyss before. She was only a 5th heavenly layer Grand Prime. Even if her battle prowess was heaven-defying, where she could put up a fight against 6th heavenly layer Grand Primes, she was still a little lacking if she wanted to challenge him. However, in the next moment, the blue sky venerable's laughter came to a halt. His eyes suddenly narrowed as shock filled his face. The shrunken planet he had created through a secret technique had actually been cleaved in half by the rain abyss sword of water. However, the sword condensed from rainwater did not slow down at all. It shot towards him with the presence of the way of rain. The blue sky venerable actually sensed an extremely rare threat from the sword. It seems like old man has underestimated you, the blue sky venerable growled. The blue sky venerable bellowed. He no longer underestimated the other party and became more serious. With a flip of his hand, he took out a fly whisk and swung it at the incoming sword. The sword that the rain abyss had condensed from rainwater shattered, completely dispersing under the blue sky venerable's whisk. It turned back into mist that permeated the surroundings. The mist was filled with the dense and pure presence of the way of rain. Every single mist seemed to be condensed from the laws of the world. Suddenly, the mist immediately became ice-cold. An indescribable coldness swept through outer space, freezing everything within 100 kilometers of the blue sky venerable.